Lindsay, can you hear me? Matt, can you hear me? Supervisor Ryan?
This is Patrice. I can hear you.
Oh, thank you, Patrice. Just wanted a confirmation.
I can hear you loud and clear.
Okay, thank you.
Mm.
Good morning, everybody. Madam Chair, if you're amenable to it, I'd like to make a couple of quick announcements about some of our technology.
Sure, why not? And I see that Matt Ryan is there, but he looks like the only one there. So,
I'll just hold us up here, Madam Chair. I take it
I'm
my
on my way,
microphone's
Madam Chair.
working.
Good morning, Madam Chair. I'm here.
oh, good, good. Thank you. Thanks. And Matt, of course, you always hold us up, so I so appreciate that.
The Keystone,
Oh, I'm
remember?
sorry. You always hold up your end. I'm sorry. Yes, hello. Vice Chair Vasquez, you're on as well.
Yes, I am. I run a little bit behind, so I'm on Zoom right now, but I'll be in the chambers in about 10 minutes.
Very good. And I'm going to be working from home. I'll be in tomorrow, however. So, and I see Supervisor Begay is there, and I see Supervisor Fowler is also there, and Matt Ryan. Supervisor Ryan is in the boardroom, soon to be joined by Vice Chair Geronimo Vasquez. So at this, let's go ahead and do the roll call. And then I know we have some comments that Sue Brown would like to make. And I know there are some changes to the our schedule this morning. So we'll go over those as well. So Patrice Horseman, Chair of the Board of Supervisors, and also Supervisor for District 1. District 2.
Good morning, everyone. Geronimo Vasquez, Supervisor, District 2, and current Vice Chair.
And District 3.
Well, good morning, everybody. Matt Ryan, ready to rock and roll today, huh? All right.
And District 4.
Judy Begay, District 4.
And District 5.
Morning. Another day of budget. Thank you for joining.
Thank you very much. Thank you all, members of the board and our wonderful staff for leading us through our budget sessions. And so at this time, I'm going to turn this over to Deputy County Manager Sue Brown.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm sorry, I'm not a panelist, so I won't turn my camera on. Oh, just about there. Hold on. Good morning. I just wanted to let you know that we've made a few changes here in the room today, and we're going to make a few more. The first one is we're going to replace the lectern, which we had a bit of trouble with our microphone yesterday. We're going to replace that with something that we can change the height of. So we'll try to do that during lunch today. The other thing is that we worked so hard yesterday that all of our microphones started to lose power. So just be aware that if you see your microphone ring where you see it's either green or red, it's active if it's green. If it's red, it is not active. If you see that ring start to blink, that means you need a new microphone and we will bring you a new one. We have extras for that purpose. They have about a 7 to 8 hour charge, but many of us, Madam Chair, Supervisor Vasquez, et cetera, lost their charge because of many comments. So let us know or let your district director know and we'll replace your microphone for you. Other than that, we have also warmed up the board chambers a little bit, so it's not quite so cool. And please let us know if we need to do anything to change the environment to make it more comfortable and easier to work. So with that, Madam Chair, I'll turn it over to Chief Financial Officer Siri Mullaney for a discussion of the calendar.
All right,
Or would you like to do that, Madam Chair? I apologize.
It certainly does. So go ahead and have Siri do it. And the schedule you're talking about, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
That's great. Wonderful. Thanks, Siri.
Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the board. We do want to point out a few schedule changes for today. So we are still starting at 8:30 with human resources, followed by facilities management. And then we will have a break at 9:45 and the recorder at 10 o'clock until 10:30. From there, we have changed the schedule. So at 10:30, our county attorney will be joining us, followed by lunch. At 1 p.m., we have moved up the finance presentation, 1:30, the assessor. We'll take a break at 2, and that gives us a little more discussion time at 2:15. We have also highlighted in your schedule in gray on the back side some other changes we have made to the schedule that you can be aware of for future meetings, but they do not affect today. Thank you.
Thank you, Siri, for the update on that. So wonderful. So County Manager, I'm going to turn this over to you to get started on our budget discussion this morning.
Thanks, Madam Chair. The first department for discussion this morning is Human Resources. So Erica's coming to the podium. And she's also has her team that will be promoted to panelists so they can be introduced also.
Very good. Thank you. And good morning, Erica. Good to see you yet again.
Good morning, Madam Chair. Good morning, supervisors. Excited to be with you this morning, and I've asked my team to be present and share their video. I'm going to introduce all of them, and they're excited to be on camera and say good morning to all of you as well. Due to the size of the HR team in the past, we've been able to all be in the chambers, and so wanted to be able to introduce them this morning.
Erica, would you like them promoted to panelist?
Yes, Lindsay's working on that now,
Okay,
I
great.
think.
Thanks.
I sent you a list.
Let me help you, Lindsay. And we can add Dana Grisbicki, please. Denise Thompson.
Maybe I can introduce them and Lindsay will find them as we go. So I see that Dana Grisbicki is there. She is our admin specialist. Melissa John, who's an HR tech. Trisha Sanchez, who's also an HR tech. Angel Abeda, who's an HR specialist. Lynn Martin, who's an HR specialist. Carol Kidd, who's an HR analyst. Denise Thompson is an HR analyst. Brandy Martin, who says Dana, but is Brandy. Brandy needs to wave. She's an HR analyst. Krista Cedillo, HR manager. Lauren Bednar, HR manager. Margaret Panato, risk manager. And Mary Tinklenberg, assistant director. And then our two NAPEPT employees, Bretta Sekayemtoa and Danica Davis. And that is the HR team.
Well, that is wonderful to see everybody, still virtually, but hopefully in person soon. So thank you for the great job you all do for the county. Really appreciate it. All right, Erica.
Thank you so much. So as we reflect upon this year and think about the accomplishments of human resources, HR has really in some ways been the ribs supporting employees. And it made me think of that ships and boats have a backbone called a keel, which runs along the very bottom of the ship, a large beam from bow to stern, and then frames, which are called ribs or transverses that are attached parallel to that keel. And they look almost like a human rib cage if you've ever seen a boat assembled or a picture of a boat assembly. And they give that hull and the ship its shape and its strength. And so that is something that I have shared with this team, that over the past year, in many ways, we have helped give this ship its shape and its strength as we have supported employees through some very difficult times in the past year. And so couldn't be more proud of this team and the way that they serve others, serve employees, serve applicants and citizens, answer a variety of calls in some very difficult moments. And so wanted to talk about some of the accomplishments. But of the staff that we have, 6 of them have been hired or promoted within the last year. We also reorganized our department structure a bit. And it was less than a year ago that we moved into the 219 building from down the street. So some big changes for the HR team. We took that opportunity moving into this building to go paperless. We had paperless electronic personnel files, and we took that extra step and went paperless. And in addition, we also took that opportunity to go through all of our files and their records retention and reorganize them and make sure they were all in alignment with our records retention schedule. And we had a goal of accomplishing that by this time, and we have done so. So the conference room on the 3rd floor that was temporarily HR storage and sorting has now been returned to a conference room, and we're very excited about that. Our vision in HR is taking the organization to new levels of success through dynamic HR solutions. And we certainly have seen that happen in the last year. We have been proud to process compensation increases from the board in the last year, both the 3% and the $1 an hour pay raise in January to all employees, checking those, making sure people receive those in their paycheck, making sure that we partner closely with finance to make sure pay is correct and accurate so that we can alleviate that stress for our employees. To support departments, we changed and started posting our open jobs every day of the week. Historically, we had only posted jobs on Wednesdays and closed them on Thursdays or Fridays. And yet the demand and the number of jobs are required that we start posting our jobs every day of the week. And we're closing them every day of the week. So we can be more responsive to applicants, more responsive to the departments to help with that flow. We implemented COVID-19 supports approved by the board and administered and tracked those, including the COVID emergency leave, the bereavement leave changes, our PTO and vacation changes, leave donation changes, and the COVID vaccination incentive, as well as the very recent evacuation leave. And so that's a good example of how we've partnered as well with IT and finance and to fully utilize Tyler Munis, our system. So some really good partnerships brought about by those changes. We work to help process the CDL random drug testing in partnership with Public Works. We had a high number of retirements over the last year, a high number of FMLA leaves and ADA requests. There were numerous investigations, and we helped employees navigate unique and stressful emotional situations with a high level of confidentiality and care. I'd like to personally thank Mary Tinklenberg for her dedication for processing the life insurance claims last year, for working with families in that very serious job and doing that with such grace and care, a very hard job indeed. This team works so diligently to be respectful, kind, and a valuable resource to employees. And we really feel that connection and that collaboration with employees. And a good example of that was just a couple weeks ago. During the fire, I sent out an email and asked employees who had been evacuated in set or in go status to call or email me if they felt comfortable doing so, to share their personal circumstances so that we could help best how to support them in those difficult times. And a great number of employees reached out to me and called me. And so that is something that we're very proud of, that employees feel like they can be heard and supported by our team, that it's not just a department that pushes paperwork. And it's not like, oh, don't go to HR, don't go there unless you're in trouble kind of thing, but that we have rapport and collaboration with the employees. Very, very proud of that relationship. We also, I mentioned that we had changes to bereavement leave. We've had more bereavement leave hours. Those have been increasing in FY21 versus FY20, and the average number of EAP visits went up. We don't know who attends EAP, but we do get some stats that show if EAP is being utilized, including the average number of visits utilized, and that number has been increasing. In FY19, employees who used EAP used 2.75 visits out of the 6 visits per issue. And in FY22, that number is averaging 4.3. So they're using more of those visits. And that's great, because that's an important benefit that we offer and provide. And it's an important part of making sure that we're supporting employees and that we have good mental health awareness in our organization. As we look forward, we're excited to continue the use of Tyler Munis to include some additional modules, including the workers' compensation module, the intern and volunteer tracking. We want to continue all the time to improve our onboarding and offboarding process to make that as easy as possible for employees and for departments. We're planning to return to performance management in the new fiscal year, and excited about that, rolling that out, tracking that, making sure we have training for that. There will be another minimum wage increase. There are anticipated changes to the FLSA law in the coming year. and we're unsure of what those might be. We are looking at the possibility of implementing an employee engagement survey, which we haven't done in a bit. And we have a lot of policy revisions to do that have started to be drafted, and we're excited to bring those forward to the board. We're looking to bring back annual training, and not necessarily mandatory training, but training for all employees. A lot of that will be done electronically, but excited to bring back some of those trainings. We've had our academies throughout the last 2 years, but really bringing back some annual training for all employees. And we're excited, actually, this week we'll be pushing out our LEAP Academy. There'll be a global email on that, but that is our asynchronous academy for people in the field who do field work, shift work, who are at front desks and can't get away. And so that asynchronous recorded training, we'll be doing a summer seminar of that. So that's exciting. And we're returning to some small in-person events. We're going to have employee recognition in May, be in person outside. And we're looking to bring back Diversity Day this summer outside on the courthouse lawn, as well as have some virtual offerings as we look at those hybrid options. There's been much partnership, and I just want to take a moment to thank Finance and specifically Siri and Megan for the partnership we have in processing payroll and working through different scenarios and reviewing policies, all kinds of things. Having HR and finance on the 3rd floor of the Cherry Building has made a huge difference and been a really positive thing. So thank you to them and to their whole team. IT, specifically Matt and Helen, Matt Malik and James Yates, for partnering with us on so many projects. Facilities, Tom and team, for supporting us as we continue to live up to their expectations of living in the new beautiful space. The county attorney's office, specifically Yvonne and Aaron, and previously Rose, for their support and partnership in all that we do. The members of the EGAD committee, the diversity committee, the safety committee, the executive safety committee, and all of their departments for supporting those important initiatives in HR, and the entire elected officials leadership team, and of course the board for supporting all of our efforts and all of our trainings, the Supervisors Development Academy, the Executive Leadership Academy, and all of our initiatives that we roll out. And then, of course, the County Manager's Office for supporting us so that we may support others. This year, we did submit 3 funding requests and wanted to just talk through those as we talk about build out, as we talk about ideally what we would have in HR. And as a note for our funding requests, we looked at the Society for Human Resources Management, SHRM, which is an international organization, for their median calculation of how many HR positions there should be based on the number of employees supported. And based on that, we are currently 1.83 positions below the 2017 SHRM medium calculation. So they haven't updated that calculation lately, but we looked back at the 2017 calculation and found that we were below that calculation. We also do include risk management, which some organizations do not, but in that calculation, I did not include the NAPEPT employees. The NAPEPT employees are trust employees that are housed in one of the organizations. They are housed here in the county, and they're part of the county HR team so that they'll have a department and be connected to part of a team for support and for questions, camaraderie. And so we're excited to have them part of us, but they are doing the work of the trust. So Danica and Bretta are our trust employees. So in those requests, we did ask for an FTE of an HR analyst for compensation, benefits, and retirements. We also asked for an FTE for risk management, safety, and contracts. And our third request was for a 0.25 FTE for an HR administrative specialist. And that is because we presently share Dana with IT. She is 0.75 in HR and 0.25 in IT. And that was made while we were sharing a building with GIS. And so when we were in the 420 building, she supported, that position supported GIS part of the time and HR the rest of the time. It was at the front desk. And that is less ideal of a situation now that we are not co-located with IT. And so we requested that as well. Not all of those requests were supported by the county manager's office, as we knew, since we were talking about a build out. And so wanted to go over those and let you know that that was for that purpose. We have seen an increased demand on HR through the pandemic with the increased number of recruitments, increased number of leaves, increased number of retirements. And so during this past year, it did make that fact that we were below the SHRE median more evident than previously. And so wanted to let the board know of that and share that with you and the county manager's office. So thank you for letting us talk about what our build out would look like. And with that, want to leave some time for questions.
And thank you, Eric. I do have a question. I'm sure other board members do as well. We have talked to many departments and have heard about the number of vacancies within the Coconino County. Any vacancies within your department?
Yes, Madam Chair, thank you for that question. We do have a vacant ARPA position. So we have several promotions and we have paused recruiting that. We do plan to recruit for that again, but we had so many people who had been promoted recently that we wanted to pause and take a minute and make sure they were fully up to speed before bringing another person on. So we do intend to recruit for that, but that's the only vacancy we have in HR.
So that'll increase your numbers with Sharma too. So, right?
Yep. Mm-hmm.
So question on the ARPA position, is that for the ARPA grant process that the board instituted?
It is for the ARPA projects that we're increasing in HR. So that is for ARPA recruitment, ARPA benefits, ARPA related positions specifically.
Okay.
And we had been using that position for ARPA related compensation as well, but it was really focused because Brandy was in that position and promoted out of that position. Brandy was very focused on ARPA recruitments and also on the COVID vaccination incentive because that's paid for with ARPA funds.
Great, thank you. And again, you know, I just can't tell you how we appreciate the job personnel does. And you're right, you've been thrown a lot of curveballs, as we all have because of COVID. And then quite frankly, from the board, as you know, we have tried to be flexible and implemented policy changes to meet the needs for our personnel. And you all needed to implement them. And we so appreciate the hard work and dedication that you've all done for that. And I truly mean that. And I'm sure, you know, processing insurance claims must be incredibly difficult. So, you know, again, thank you for the job you're doing for Coconino County. You make us proud. So thank you. Any other questions from other members of the board?
I have a comment.
Yes.
Yeah, I was wondering, with these 3 new positions that you're looking at, how, I guess, in the areas of HR analysts, I was just wondering if how many of those positions you have, or is it just one position and you want an additional?
Thank you, Chair Horseman, Supervisor Begay. So we do have 3 HR analysts, and this would be our 4th. So we have 2 HR analysts that are focused on recruitment and employee relations, and then Brandy is an HR analyst that's focused on benefits and retirements.
So
this
you
would
want
be a 4th.
Okay, so there will be 2 in 2 and 2. Okay, and then how? Okay, now the other FTE, this is recurring. Okay, a recurring cost, and then the funding that you're asking is for general fund, and then the additional HR analyst position for risk management. How many employees do you have there?
Thank you. We only have the risk manager in risk management. And so part of when we were looking at our full build out, one of the things we looked at was backups and succession planning. And so if someone leaves, if the risk manager were to win the lottery who is our backup for that? I always use the lottery example. It's a nice example, right? And then and then also on the HR analysts, we have 2 HR analysts in recruitment and employee relations. They're able to fully back each other up when one of them is out of the office. And so to have that on the benefits side as well allows people to get quick response. So if someone's in a meeting, out of the office, on vacation, out ill, they can call the other person. So full backups for each other. And then also looking at those career tracks and understanding who is the backup for each area. So if someone is out of the office, who's the backup to do that? That's something that we've been looking at carefully right now because Margaret Panato is on special assignment in elections. And so who is backup to our risk manager, to Margaret? And how do we make sure that we have people trained who are fully knowledgeable in each of our areas? So as we looked at full build out, that was one of the things that was really important to us.
So the total amount that for general fund that you're requesting for the 3 positions, about $178,769. Okay. Let's see, I have another question. No, it's okay. That's it. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Supervisor Begay. Other questions?
Sure, I have a question. Good morning. To hold true to what I promised yesterday, asking every department, if you had to choose between compensation package or more FTEs, what would your department decide on?
Thank you, Supervisor Vasquez. I knew you were going to ask that question. I heard you say yesterday you were going to ask all the departments. So of course we would choose compensation. We are helping and are working closely with finance and calculating and presenting on compensation and know the importance of that across our organization. And so we would of course choose compensation. So wanted to make the board aware of our needs and our build out needs, but certainly compensation comes first for our to be recruiting across the organization, to have good retention, to really address minimum wage, all of those factors.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
I forgot, Madam Chair, I forgot one question.
All right, Judy.
I was looking for that question. I wrote it down somewhere. But anyway, as far as your backup, you are doing some training with some person in case the backup isn't there, right? Right, for the succession planning, for the risk management.
Absolutely. And we've been doing that while Margaret's been on special assignment. So it's really been a good opportunity for the people who have been cross-trained to use those skills and to see where there are gaps, to see where we need additional training and to see what unique circumstances come up. One of the things that we continue to strive to do in the next year is update our desk manuals. We have desk manuals where we have books that guide us, especially in things that only happen once a year. Keeping those up to date is always a challenge and something that we are working on as we've seen so many promotions in our department, particularly good opportunities to make sure that we're training on each of those. So we are definitely cross-training and working to strengthen our desk manuals, although that is a work in progress. That is not 100% up to date.
And Judy just opened up a question I meant to ask too. I see in there from your materials presented, you're looking to revise policies. Is there anything in particular? We've revised a lot of policies for you this year. Sorry about that. But is there anything in particular you're looking at, or are you really talking about these desk manuals?
Thank you for that, Chair. So we have been revising policies that were in need of update, in need of new wording that were not necessarily in full alignment with what we have been doing. Maybe there were gaps of things that we've identified as gaps in the policy that would like to add additional wording. And so each year we bring forward a group of policies to the board for review. There's a big process to get to that point. We work with the county attorney's office and with departments that will be impacted. And so in the last 2 years, those policy revisions have been put to the back burner. There have been a lot of other things going on, and the policies that we brought forward have been emergent. And so those policy where we're putting things in a different place so it's easier to find. Those we're updating if it's a system change or what that looks like. So if there's additional resource that we want to point to, where we have a question all the time about, well, I didn't look in this other policy. Okay, so should we put a note to refer to that other policy? And so those are general changes. We come out with a summary of changes and get those to all of you. And I will meet with each of you in advance of bringing those forward, because I believe there are 10 or so that we hope to make some minor changes to. And so we've just waited for to get through some emergent things and hope to bring those to you in the new year.
Yeah, it's always a hard effort, but important, necessary to keep up with changes in the law, et cetera. So, and then as part of that, and not to add to your ever-growing list, but I know a couple of times a number of board members have talked about taking a look at a job audit, job analysis kind of across the county. And I would again continue my recommendation for that. I think that's healthy for an organization to at least every decade try to take a look at that. So, and again, thank you for your great work. So, other questions from members of the board?
Madam Chair, I just want to say also that it's really important that your policies are all current. And I think when I first came in, I had asked the previous county manager, that we need to look at update all the policies that are somewhat outdated. There's mandates, there's a lot of changes that happen that need to be in our policies. So I guess that's going to still be something that we will be looking at. So going back to the funding source of general fund of recurring costs, meaning it'll be every year that we would be putting up this money. And so, and that would be an additional 178,000. I'm not sure if these include all the benefits and the anything that comes with the taxes or whatever, but if not, then it's going to be an additional. So, but I really would like to see the policies in all departments updated to a certain extent to make sure within, at least just making sure that we have everything in there, that because that's like our Bible, we have to make sure that we're going by that. And I for one, and I'm pretty sure the other board members are the same, that they would like to make sure that, that we're not challenged in any way, and that, we have our I's dotted and our T's crossed. So thank you so much.
Madam
I
Chair.
think Supervisor Fowler has been trying to, it's bubbled up a couple of times. Supervisor Fowler?
Steve can answer. I think he wanted to provide a response to that also, Madam Chair.
Just quickly, Madam Chair, with regard to policies, any policies that are work-related, employee relations, employee safety, critical policies are in place. That is protection, of course, to the employee first, and also coverage for the employer. So I just want to make sure that there's not an impression that we do not have policies that are updated, because we do, just in terms of employment practices.
Yeah.
And then with regard to other policies, at times we will have policies that drop off just because of just items that change. And so a policy review would be looking at some of those policies that may not be relevant anymore, that were at some point in time. But again, anything that's critical to employee safety, welfare, any legal issues related to our role as the employer are in place. But again, we would be utilizing the additional capacity to do other policy work as well. So I just wanted to make sure that was clarified. Thanks.
Yeah. HR manuals and policies, they're living documents. They get changed all the time. So, and it is really time consuming. So I look forward to seeing what you're bringing forward this year. And Supervisor Fowler, did you have some questions?
Yes, thank you. Erica, hello team. Y'all look so beautiful. Thank you for joining us and being able to see you virtually. Big hugs to all of you and all your work. So Erica, if you would remind us what kind of training is provided to the departments, and when do departments need a budget in their own department for its own training? So where does HR come in with its training, and where do the departments come in with their own training, which they have to have a budget for? Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Supervisor Fowler. HR provides training for new employees. So we have 2 new employee orientations, employee orientation 1 and 2. We also roll out annual training. We have training resources available that are online. We actually use Safe Personnel Vector Solutions, which is an online training platform that has recorded trainings. That's in partnership with ASIP. So we have those trainings. And there are training academies that HR puts on. Our Supervisors Development Academy, our Executive Leadership Academy, our LEAP Academy. There's monthly training in Heritage Lunch and Learns. And one thing I failed to mention is that our attendance at Heritage Lunch and Learns has been higher than ever before in the last 2 years. And we've increased the number, excuse me. And so there have been months where we had an event every single day. During Black History Month, there was an event every day. And so this month is Asian Pacific Islander Native Hawaiian Month. And so we have events throughout the month. And so there are trainings. We also bring forward communications training, customer service training, so different trainings to employees. And then we also can build trainings for departments and have recently been doing that as well. When departments need their own budgets for training is generally when they're sending them to specialized training for continuing education credits to maintain their licensures. So the IT will send people to specific IT training so that they can continue to have those different certifications and maintain those. In HR, we have people who have a PHR or an SPHR certification, a SHRM CP certification. Those require continuing education credits that are specific to those certifications. And so that comes out of department budget. So anything that's really related directly to that licensure, to that certification, to that work, or to that software system will come out of the department budget. Anything that's broader and applies to most departments will come out of HR.
Thank you. And during, the part of the discussions, I believe going forward, and we have had in other sessions, is the overtime for departments. Do you maintain a record of all the departments, and how did your department fare through the pandemic with the overtime?
Yes, all of the overtime is tracked in Munis, and finance and HR have access to those records when people are in overtime status. We in HR really try to limit our overtime. Historically, we haven't had much of a budget for overtime. We've had comp time. People have adjusted out. And so we really work to do that whenever possible. So we don't use much overtime or comp time in HR, but we are on a comp time. We don't get paid overtime in HR. Now, the exception to that would be is if some of our employees worked in the Emergency Operations Center, which we do have employees that do that. Carol and Bretta and some of our other employees, I'm sorry if I missed someone, did work in the EOC, and so they did receive overtime then.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Yes, Supervisor Ryan.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I'll keep it short, and I can always get questions answered later on. Just a couple points. One is you already asked about the vacancy piece and the overtime. Those are the broader discussions of, how we're managing the budget, what's going on associated with it, and then, it's the broader budget discussion. So appreciate the questions around there. Just quickly, Erica, you've maintained personnel, but you also have had a lot of transition over time, and you're nodding your head just for the sake of
Yes.
yeah. And so that's an element that plays into what's happening and the impact of what your department's doing and how you support. An area of interest that I hope we explore in a broader sense, and it also fits in with facilities, but it's an HR component, is daycare, how we can start to develop and move into that direction so that we really can draw from a broader workforce, supporting our families so that they can work, which would be a really good piece. I'm curious with time on the areas where we struggle to hire employees. We talk about our org development. Do we need better training programs to help certain populations that seem to be weak in a particular area, and go, maybe create a different type of program? So that's a curiosity piece. In terms of your statement about the market study, Madam Chair, I think that's probably going to fit into our last day discussion. But, maybe this is the place to put a placeholder in there that it's a discussion point of pros and cons of if we do it, how do we do it, when do we do it. So I would suggest that for the sake of this. I know we're a little tight on time, so I'll just keep it at that. And we have another week or so that we can continue the conversation. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Yes, thank you.
Madam Chair, can I follow up?
Sure.
Thank you. Erica, when it comes to overtime, it really has an impact on our budget. So I just wonder if your department makes recommendations or keep track, since you keep track of overtime, you look at a department, there's a lot of overtime here. It would serve them good to actually hire someone. It would save costs. I just wonder if I would think that discussion goes into the budget development. I would think that's how it's done. So I'm looking at Steve and you to just really look at that, because there's, every year we talk about overtime, and then departments come and they ask for more personnel and FTEs, and we don't really, we've been holding back on that. Maybe we need to really look at a study that for each department and say, this department really does need another FTE to be able to pull back on overtime. It would save budget.
Madam Chair, if I can respond to that.
Yes, and we're probably getting far afield actually from budget discussions overtime kind of goes per department. So I'm not sure we want to get into the policies of it at this point, but that's fine. So, and it also may be part of a job analysis or job audit that we should probably talk about at the end of our, I like Supervisor Ryan's idea, but I don't care. We can talk about it now.
Well, just quickly, so the overtime is tracked from different angles, if you will. So from the budgetary standpoint, the budget office, of course, is tracking that because we do have that as a line item. So from the budget management standpoint, we're looking at that. HR is looking at that from the standpoint of what is the impact to the employees that are working more to do coverage, and then also with regard to just recruitment. And that's what we're facing now with just the recruiting challenges, is that we have fewer employees doing the work of others. And so that falls on them. And so we're looking at that from an HR standpoint, because, obviously it's an impact to employees. So we will look at all that. But what I'd like to also do is, as a follow-up, if I could suggest on the parking lot list, is to discuss the market study discussion, because, several times throughout the budget process, each of you have identified the need for a market study, and I would like this to be an item for further discussion in terms of what will we be gaining from a market study, and what are the I guess, the results of a market study that that we may be seeking. So just to align our expectations and what a market study in the traditional sense may include or not. So again, that would be a parking lot item. Thanks.
Or job audit, just even broader. So, but yeah, I think we should put that in the parking lot. And just one other comment, because you mentioned it. Thank you for the work you do with diversity within Coconino County. And, I love, the proclamations and then developing and HR is taking the lead on this, developing the programming, monthly programming for a lot of these programs or a lot of these proclamations. And so I really appreciate that. They're really wonderful, wonderful benefit to really bring all of our community, our family in Coconino County together, and very instructive and learning for all of us. So thank you so much for taking the initiative and doing that. It's really wonderful.
Thank you.
Any other questions, comments? All right. Well, thanks again, Erica and team. It's great to see your smiling faces, and thank you for your hard work. Appreciate it.
Thank you so much. Appreciate the time.
Okay, Madam Chair, we need a moment to switch out the presenters. So thank you, Erica and the team, for being with us today. And facilities management is next up, and they'll be setting up. So give us a moment.
Sure, no problem. Do we want to take three?
Take three is fine.
All right, good. Thank you.
Just doing a quick mic check here.
Okay, Madam Chair? We are ready to begin. You need to unmute yourself, Madam Chair.
You know, it's so funny. It's down there and I click it, it just doesn't come off. So, yes, good, wonderful. We are ready to begin and thank you. It looks like we have Tom at the podium. So I'm going to turn this over to you, County Manager, for our facility management discussion.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. Tom Hanachek and the team is here from Facilities Management. There were two budget requests that were submitted for consideration. The one that is recommended is the lease and recurring costs for the 5-year Flagstaff Mall lease. The other item in terms of the increased FMD budget and recurring and one-time expenses, we did allocate to all departments a 5% operational increase. And so that will be able to address part of it, not all of it, but a portion of those increased costs. So again, those are the two increments, but at this point, I'll turn it over to Tom for a presentation.
Thank you. Morning, Tom.
Good morning, everybody. Can you hear me well?
Yes.
And if I happen to look up, I'm sure you've probably seen this, but I may be looking at two of the board members up on the dais, so I'll try and focus on the camera occasionally. I certainly appreciate the opportunity to meet in person. The Board of Supervisors has heard from our department and specifically me a lot over the last couple of months. So I do appreciate the opportunity to be here in person and dress up from the waist down. So with that, we do have a lot of information to go over, but I wanted to introduce our leadership team real quick here. And we also have one of our members online here. So I'll start with Kayla, who's online. Kayla Cooper is our new business manager. Thank you for joining us, Kayla. And then here in person, we have Adrienne Burke. She is our assistant director. We have Jim Harbottle, who's our facilities manager, and Jeff Stein, who's our construction manager. And all of them but Jim, we did steal, so I'll just put that out there, and I apologize. Erica. So I'm going to jump right in. The order, I'm going to mix it up a little bit of what was on the agenda. I just kind of want to go over service delivery as a general concept with our department. And the way we're set up is what Sue Brown coined years ago is called the three-legged stool. And really what that is, if you're either looking at our org chart or if you're looking at our 5 program areas, we're set up in 3 major divisions. And the first division is administration and strategic planning, which does the day-to-day accounting, administrative functions, employee relations, and then also does the long-term strategic planning for our department. The second division is construction and capital, which Jeff is in charge of that, and that is a crew of 2 people, relatively small, but they are responsible for executing all of the capital projects and also the capital repair and replacement projects, and is an essential member of the three-legged stool. And then our largest division in our department is the operations and maintenance, which has 22 out of our 29 people for FTEs, and that is led by Jim Harbottle, who's here. So they are responsible. They have multiple divisions within there, but we have HVAC electric, which are the people that keep this room a little bit cool or warm depending on the time of year, and also do a slew of other things. We have the general maintenance crew, which does kind of your painting, your plumbing, and all the other associated things. And then we have our very large service worker crew, which is a team of 12, and they take care of all the landscapes, special event setup, and custodial services for the county. So in that, we have 5 general program areas that serve the entire region of the county. So we're all the way up in Fredonia, we're down in Blue Ridge, we're in Williams, we're in Tuba City, Page, and of course here in Flagstaff. So the 5 major program areas, we already covered 3 of them, but in addition to that, the capital R&R and the capital construction program are technically 2 separate programs. And then we have a resource conservation program that allows us to take sustainable measures within our daily operations and reinvest the money that we save back into future sustainable initiatives that the county wishes to pursue. So we have about 5 or 6 pages of department highlights. And what I'd like to do is just give a brief overview of with the three-legged stool, the major accomplishments of each division that we have in our department. So for capital, you heard a lot about this during our facilities master plan presentations, way back the first one in February. And then we recapped it briefly in the April meeting. But the major highlights was the Page Justice Court remodel that Jeff, we kind of handed that project on day one when he showed up, and he completed it last fall. And that has been a project that has been on the books and discussed for a couple decades now. I think Supervisor Ryan remembered it from 20 plus years ago, the initial discussions. Another small one that we recently did is actually our offices, which was the final domino in kind of the COVID moves with the IT and HR and emergency management and adult probation shuffles that we did over the last couple of years. Another project that we're right in the middle of, which we should be completing here in the next month or two, is the Fredonia, the city portion of the Fredonia Justice Court building, which will house Hvac services, and it will also be available for other county departments to use should they decide to go up there to have a community meeting or provide services. And then we have a project going on upstairs right now, which I'm glad we can't hear, and that is a small renovation of the finance space. So I hope you all enjoy it. I know it's right in the middle of the budget season, so the scheduling wasn't the best, but it's looking really good up there. So those are some of the major accomplishments on the capital construction and the capital R&R. Of course, there is much more that's going to happen, but I'm trying to be as brief as possible. The next accomplishments I'd like to cover are from the operations and maintenance division. And of course, that's Jim here that leads that division. So one of the major things that they've done over the past year is they provide support to the capital projects that we've completed. So any one of the renovations that we've done, the O&M crew has been there to assist in demolition, to assist in carpet installation, to assist in painting, to assist in electrical, and the list goes on and on. The other thing that they've done over the years, which we're leading up to it here 2 weeks from yesterday, is support for elections. And that's something that we started partnering with them at the beginning of COVID, additionally partnering with them to place ballot drop boxes around the entire county. And also what we've done with Hvac grants over the last 2 years is increase security at specific facilities that are used by elections. Another big thing that the O&M team has been working on behind the scenes is the reentry. I don't want to say post-COVID reentry, but in the realm that we're in right now, they have done a lot to make sure that all of the county employees feel safe and secure in the workplace. And a lot of that work goes unseen, which is most of the work that we do, which is a good thing. That means we're doing a good job. In addition to COVID reentry, over the last year, the O&M team has continued to provide PPE and ensure safety measures in the workplace for all county employees, including partners, so not necessarily county employees solely. They've performed critical repairs to HVAC systems that frankly have been very taxed over the last 2 years due to COVID and air circulation and air quality in our buildings. Currently, we're replacing a couple of critical compressors in our HVAC systems at both the King Street building and also on the courthouse here. They had completed a project at the end of last summer to upgrade the irrigation system at the courthouse, reducing water consumption by a minimum of 30%. We have yet to run those numbers exactly, but it's a pretty significant reduction in drinking water consumption just for turf grass. One of the other accomplishments that was really good for the O&M team was that we did not suffer any damage from flooding during last flood season events. We have 2 properties that are at risk, both King Street and the 3rd Street Annex. And the 3rd Street Annex was probably the biggest risk, but Jim and his crew did a great job of holding the floodwaters back with a bunch of sandbags. And even though the parking lot got flooded multiple times, they did a great job. And then, of course, ongoing support for the EOC for both the floods last year, the most recent tunnel fire event there at King Street, and also EOC operations related to COVID. So our final program, was there a question or did I echo myself? Thank you.
I think we're okay. Please proceed.
Excellent. So our administrative division, which is led by Adrian, has done a lot of great work. One of the biggest successes is the 5-year mall lease, which is one of the funding requests for treasurer and recorder services. Our largest accomplishment, and one thing I'd like to highlight on the administrative side and the employee side, is our department, as you all are aware, with Sue Brown leaving to go to the county manager's office, was a pretty significant change in our department, and which allowed the opportunity for promotions of numerous staff, including myself, including Jim, and including some of the folks that are not on this call right now. But what it made us realize is that not only losing Sue Brown from our department, who'd been there for close to 2 decades, director for 8, was a little bit of stability. And we quickly realized that with the promotions and with the opportunities that we had, we're in a position right now where 9 out of our 10 management and leadership staff have not been in their positions for more than 12 months, which is kind of sobering. We've had the opportunity to promote to either management or supervisory level 6 employees within our department. And we've also been able to continue to provide the services, even with all these changes, high level of service to continue the tradition that our department provides to the county. So to address some of this, what we did on the administrative side is we completed a survey at the end of last fall, and we got very, very good results. We had about a 70% response rate for our department, and all of the questions had above average responses about how we're doing as a team. And then we did a management team retreat with Julie Lancaster in February to kind of refocus our efforts and to really have a discussion as a management team to figure out where our strengths and weaknesses are and to determine where we're going. And then just two weeks ago, we had an all-staff retreat with Julie Lancaster also to really focus on what our values are as a team, considering the significant amount of change that we had. So I'll just take a moment to pause real quick if there's any questions on accomplishments, or should I just keep on going?
Why don't you just go ahead and continue? We'll take the questions here at the end.
Absolutely.
Thanks, Tom.
So I'm going to jump into our 2 to 5 year vision before we go into our FY23 annual plan. And as you've heard from our department in the facilities master plan update over the last few months, one of our major focuses is going to be doing an update to the master plan and also determining where we go in the next 2 to 5 years. So do we do, what large capital campaign do we do? What projects do we do? Another thing which kind of dovetails into this, the whole facilities master plan is what does Service Reimagine mean to us as an organization? And how does that incorporate into our workspace moving forward and also to the areas where the public seeks our service? We're going to refocus efforts. The last 4 years, we've delayed, due to various reasons, our capital repair and replacement plan. You will see a fair amount of carryovers on our list. And a lot of that were projects that have been approved over the last 4 to 5 years that we have not had an opportunity to address. So one of the things that we want to do over the next year and also the next 3 to 4 years is get caught up on that deferred list of capital repair and replacement. We'd also like to refocus on our preventative maintenance activities. And really over the last 4 years, we've experienced, well, with COVID alone, we've taken a lot of our resources and had to allocate them into different areas due to that emergency. So we do need to refocus our efforts on preventative maintenance, which is going to save us money in the long run. One of the other things that we will be looking into is have it listed as ARPA program, but it's technically the fund revenue balance of $4.33 million that was allocated for one time for FY22 for HVAC improvements. So that is a project that most likely will take 2 to 3 years to complete. We're estimating 2 years. We're starting the process right now, but that's a big win for us. And we also want to refocus our capital R&R implementation. I briefly talked about it earlier, but we want to make sure that the capital R&R items that we have on the list are actually executed in the fiscal year that they were approved, unless there's extreme circumstances that dictate that we can't. And then the most important thing that we'd like to do in the next 5 years is to expand our ability to train and develop staff in-house. And I'm sure you're going to hear this from every department that it's very difficult to find employees right now. But this is something in our world for trades that existed well before COVID. This started to pop up on our radar approximately 5 to 6 years ago, and we need to be creative. Younger generations are not getting into the trades, and we are having a hard time finding skilled workers to complete our HVAC, to complete our electrical, to do our plumbing. So we really need to focus an effort onto how do we rectify that situation, and what can we do internally, working in partnership with HR, working in partnership with CCC Trades Program, working in partnership with other agencies in town to really develop the staff that we need to complete the work that we're tasked to complete. So in the next year, one of the biggest things that we're going to be focusing on is to catch up on our capital R&R. It's also going to be to support ARPA funded projects. So law library, we have kitchen renovations with HHS for the senior meals program. We have some other potential grant funding with the Pathways to Community program. So we'll be focusing on that from a construction standpoint, and also catching up on our capital R&R plan. Along with that, we'll be doing, as we decided in our last April 12th board meeting with the FMP update, we will be updating our facilities master plan, which is a project that will take most likely, I'll say conservatively, 6 months. Hopefully we could get it done sooner. So that's a very important document that we need to complete within the next year. As part of our one-time fund allocation of the $4.33 million, we have started the process of an HVAC master planning exercise that we will be engaging with a consultant to really determine the future of our HVAC systems, and also explore the possibilities of what does that look like in light of sustainable efforts. And with the organization moving forward, that's obviously a priority for us to reduce our carbon footprint. We've already talked about recruiting and retaining staff. I think that's probably a goal that is ongoing for us for forever. It's something that will never stop. And we also, in the next year, want to start having conversations about service reimagined and how we move forward, what the workplace looks like moving forward, post-COVID or in this era of COVID. One of the other things that is important, and it goes along with our organization in our department and also staffing considerations and challenges, is the potential to broadband on our trades and service worker crews, to allow that development, to allow the career ladder opportunities for our staff as they get more skills, as they develop as an employee, specifically in the trades. We're allowed to escalate them up. And that is something that exists in multiple departments in the county already. And we've been working with HR in preliminary discussions of how it will work for our department. So, and I'm going to jump real quick just because the capital R&R may be of question. It is on the very last couple pages. I'm not sure exactly which pages in the board doc for capital R&R. It's this very nice spreadsheet, which you may not be able to see because I'm blurred out. Thank you, Sue.
I believe it is on the last 3 pages. I think what you're referring to is 25 of 27, 26, 27, and 27 of 27. Is that correct?
Probably, yeah. It's the first title says capital 10-year plan, and it starts with FY23 and goes all the way to 32. So this is a tool that we've been using for a number of years. And really what it is, it's a capital plan. You probably saw it with Public Works yesterday. And facilities management departments, this is a great, this is how we plan moving forward. And Steve mentioned in opening remarks about a $2 million infusion into the capital R&R budget. And we didn't get into a lot of detail on that, but that is a recurring allocation of money that allows us to maintain and basically take care of our existing assets. And what this plan is here is it just kind of lines out our core needs that we believe are priorities. And of course, funds are limited. If we had all the money we wanted, we would be in the millions of dollars a year to do capital R&R. We are happy that we get an allocation because that allows us to address the priority areas. And up until the fund balance, the revenue replacement 4.33 that was covered on day one, we had HVAC system replacement as a priority. Now that's been replaced, of course, because we have outside funding for that with other projects. And I just want to note those that these were always priorities for us. Now we have the capacity to address them because our other higher priorities of the HVAC have already been accounted for. And these are mainly safety and security and also building envelopes. What we're seeing as we move forward is as our facilities age, it's been 20 plus years since we've done a large capital campaign. As our facilities age, we definitely get into a situation where water starts making its way in and the elements start making its way in. And I could tell you from a safety and also from a cost standpoint, it is very, very, very expensive. So we would like to refocus in the next 3 to 4 years, specifically on the capital 10-year plan, on building envelopes and also safety and security projects. It may just be historic and we just keep on. Oh, so yes, yeah. So the blue portion on the bottom, that was the original capital R&R items that have been replaced with that 4.33 million allocation from the revenue replacement in FY22. So you could see over the next 4 years, they're all the way up to 26. That 4.33 is basically pulling those out of our plan, and we're able to do that in one large project. The red are monies that are dumped in there every year. And I may, Sue, what the red, if you don't mind, the red ones, can you explain that real quick?
The red ones are base budget. Each one under that are individual projects, but the two, and actually, I just want you to note on FY23 and FY24, there is a line called building aggregate that is missing from those two. I think that was just a mistake. But there's actually 3 base budget items that are funded regularly each year. Emergency contingency at 75,000, parking lot maintenance at 15,000, and building aggregate at 100,000. There's a base budget. They don't come to you as special projects. All of the things under that are special projects. And then facilities management proposes the special projects each year for your consideration.
And then in just closing comments, I would like to thank the county manager's office, HR and finance, for bringing a compensation package in front of the board for consideration this year. It is very important to us as a department. It is very important to our staff. And we have probably half of our staff almost in our department, maybe a little bit less, is at the lowest grade level in the county. So this is a large impact specifically to our department. And it will have a very big impact, I believe, on recruitment also for us. And then I would also like to extend an appreciation to the county manager's office for recommending the $2 million to be put into the capital R&R fund, which I believe is essential moving forward for us to maintain our existing buildings and facilities. So that's pretty much all I had. I believe I went over time slightly, but I believe we have a little bit of time for questions.
Yes, any questions, members of the board? And thank you, Tom, and your staff for the great work you do. I look forward to continuing discussions on Service Reimagined, because I think those are things we're all learning as we're going now. So appreciate that. Other questions, comments from members of the board? Supervisor Ryan, I see you pointing.
Well, I just wanted to commend you on your presentation and thank you for being proactive and answering my question about compensation versus FTEs. And your plan doesn't provide any new FTEs, so that's exciting. But it sounds like for your staff that the compensation package is truly important to raise the pay and help retain your staff. So thank you.
Thank you.
And I guess one of the questions I would ask is vacancies, any just number of vacancies that you may have within your department, Tom.
Yeah, I believe right now we have 29 or 28 FTEs. One of them is at an account tech 3, which was developed years ago specifically for the King Street project. But outside of, so that position is vacant, but outside of that, right now we have technically 3 vacancies due to the promotions. So yeah, 3 out of 28.
Thank you. So
I'm gonna knock on wood if you don't mind. 'Cause I feel fortunate.
well, and I want to point out, just like with personnel too, the fact that there's been so much internal promotion. And I think that's wonderful. I think that's a great, quite frankly, incentive for coming to work with the county and for training and further advancement. So I applaud you and your department for that. I think that's excellent. Yes, Supervisor Ryan.
Oh, yeah, I should follow that up and, thank my rate on facilities to bring Tammy over to help me out, which has been wonderful. In terms of budget components, though, just as you had said, Madam Chair, look forward to, what is it, service-based reimagined, the new norm. We're not quite there yet, but what is it? We are transitioning. And then, that fits well with the facilities master plan. You gave us a lot of update. I don't need to go into it. It's a big one that we need to look at and figure out how we pull that off. So for that in the future, but more importantly, once upon a time, we didn't have a repair and replacement. We do. That we're investing in that is very important. Otherwise, things fall down around us. So, and I'll keep it nice and simple. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thanks, Tom.
Thank you.
Thank you. Other members of the board? Questions or comments? I am.
Madam Chair.
Yes, Supervisor Begay.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. And I just want to say that I'm glad that you're addressing a lot of issues, even though you're a low backlog. And I just want to say that it shows with all the information that you have cited, it shows that regardless of being backlogged, you're very busy, and that your department, your staff are doing what they can to get going and making sure that things are getting done as far as priorities are set there with your department. So I just want to say thank you to you and your department, and also Sue and Lucinda and Steve, for overseeing this department. And then as far as a lot of internal promotions, I know that's going on, but I've been getting a couple feedback that it's I'm not sure how it's handled. Are there people that are doing applications, or is it just one individual that you guys are working with, and as far as getting them into that status? So that was one. Well, actually, I had 3 that overall calls that were made to me from other staff, and so I'm just wondering, how that's handled. That and I think a couple left only because they're saying that it was handpicked type of a thing. So we don't want to be doing that and having people leave because of that. So I'm not sure what kind of process you go through in promoting people.
Madam Chair.
Is there a process that you go through? I know this is probably not relevant, but and nonetheless, I think it could be put at the end of at the meeting to be discussed.
Madam Chair.
Yes, County Manager.
This is extremely relevant, and we would like to know what the information that has been brought to the board's attention, because we're not aware of what's being raised.
Okay. Yeah, I'm not either, and maybe that's something we can. I'm not sure that's part of our budget process, nor do I think it's really on the agenda at this point. Having said that, I think that's important to discuss kind of offline, if you will, with the supervisor. So, we're really here to talk about budget, and obviously if there are additional concerns that come up pertaining to these other issues, then they can be addressed outside of this. So, and Supervisor Fowler.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Tom, for your presentation and all of your staff. I wondered during the pandemic how it had impacted our facility, because it sounded like it was becoming more specialized. We kept hearing HVAC, got to have this air circulation, and the schools and all these facilities, everyone was concerned about that, and plus social distancing and then working from home. You have such a wide array, from just a little, light bulb to how to manage people in their workplace, that you really have to address. And I just find that that you have really addressed it really well, and build up your team with confidence and transition into a new management. I'm really impressed to hear that. And I'm just wondering if, but you've been able to manage that over just the specialty. But I was thinking that your department was going to have a lot of vacancy because of those specialized areas that have been identified or has bubbled up during the pandemic. But it looks like you all have managed to be able to overcome that and be able to address it. So, and then just you're working across the county. I know that, when we visit our districts and working with them, everyone is always, you have really great staff that we work with. So really appreciate that. This is just a comment. And then with the uncertain times that we have, these capital projects are so important, especially that R&R, and making sure that that is set aside. So I'm really pleased with that. Thank you, County Manager and staff, for really having this vision that is put in place to be making sure that our facility is cared for. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Fowler. Any other comments? The only final one I would say is just, with regards to the trades and advancement and training, you're exactly right. I mean, we need to get kind of within the specialization that we need, and then we need to keep them. We don't want to train them and have them leave. They need to come in, and we need to train them, and we want them to stay and to assist us. So again, I applaud the efforts there as well. So Tom and staff, thank you so much for the work that you do. And of course, a lot of what you do directly affects us individually. We appreciate all the assistance that you've provided individually to us as board members as we get things situated in our office or situated all around. So thank you so much for your service to Coconino County.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, at this time, we want to just get a little bit of housekeeping. We have agenda review that's starting at 10.
Yes.
And we just want to kind of see who's covering what. So I think Lindsay, is Val facilitating? And then Sue's going to go upstairs from our office.
Correct. Val is running agenda review this morning.
Okay, and then Sue will go up and
I'm doing
cover.
minutes.
Good. Oh yeah, it just came on. I'm not going to join it. I think Chris will be joining on my behalf this morning as well.
Right. So then we're covered here. Madam Chair, at this time, the schedule shows a break up until from 9:45 to 10 a.m., which is 3 minutes from now. Madam Recorder is here already, so we can either proceed with Recorder and have a break later on, or would you like to take a quick break?
Well, let me ask my board members, how are you feeling? Do you want a 3-4 minute break, or you want to proceed?
Madam Chair, I would suggest, we have other people that are behind the scenes. They need a bio break probably, just
All
a
right, then
couple minutes.
we'll take 3 minutes. All right, we'll be right back.
Madam Chair,
Yes,
we are ready to proceed.
very good. And I see that our longtime county recorder is before us, and so please proceed. You know, I am not hearing if Patty is speaking, I'm not hearing her.
Just need to press the button.
It might
Matt?
help.
Yeah, thanks.
It helps to turn the microphone on before you start talking.
You know, this technology, I don't know
I
what to say.
Hey, what can I say? Okay, well, good morning, everyone. I'm excited to be here today. I'm just going to give a brief introduction and then turn it over to two members of our team that will be able to present much more important information than me. So, first of all, I want to say we are fully staffed with FTEs and part-time employees. And this is the first time, I think, in my tenure as county recorder that we've been fully staffed. So we're very excited about that. What's coming up for us and that you'll see is, I know you're aware, but the division of the recorder's office and the election day functions is going to be happening. Well, it is happening right now, but fiscally in the budget, it will be in FY 22-23 budget. One thing I want to mention is the budget for the Native American outreach activities, both elections part and recorder part is going to stay in the recorder's budget. It's just easier. It's a little bit too difficult to try to break that apart in that it's the same staff doing the activities there on both sides of the election procedures. Our Flagstaff Mall office is open and it's going to be open year round. So I'm excited about that. We did not have to hire extra staff to do that. We have reassigned some staff from our downtown office to work out there. And also the Tuba City office is going to be open year round now. Our second outreach employee that we hired lives in Tuba City, and that gives us the opportunity to have her working from that office. One thing I want you to be aware of is we're now under the Hopi language for Section 203 of the Voting Rights Act, the minority language provision. And we do have a temporary employee right now that is helping us with that and working jointly with elections and the recorder's office for the Hopi language needs we're going to have. Some bad news, the legislature has decided that we can no longer receive grant funding from non-governmental organizations. And just to give you an idea, the impact that may have on us is for the 2020 elections, we received $614,000 for the Center for Technology and Civic Life. Now, I am working with a national group of election officials, and we are trying to secure funding from the federal government through an election and infrastructure funding initiative, and have been working with the White House and our congressional delegation to help us with that. That funding would be an ongoing source of sustainable funding for 10 years. We're asking for $10 billion, which would be nationwide for that. One of the things I think is important with that is when we do receive money from the federal government, it's usually to buy equipment. For example, to buy electronic poll books. Well, if you have 200 or 300 electronic poll books, they don't program themselves, they don't maintain themselves. And we have then the expense of doing that. We appreciate being able to buy the equipment, but we need to have the staff necessary to maintain it and use it. I am anticipating we'll get more funds for security from the Help America Vote Act this year. We will apply for those as they become available. Those are limited in use just for security, cybersecurity, or physical security. We're continuing to work towards a high level of service that we've provided through the years. I'm very proud of our recording division. They are processing and documents within a 2 or 3 day period, which is fantastic. We're also going to increase digital services on our website to make it more citizen accessible. And we continue to look for ways to improve our service. Let me see. Oh, legislative, I want to touch on it. I'm unable to tell you what's going to happen with in regards to elections and voting with the Arizona legislature. If some of the bills pass, it will have a large fiscal impact possibly on us. I'm hoping. We've been doing a lot of things to try to stop some of the bills from going through. And we're also working then, if they're not going to, trying to ask them to give us the money to do it. One thing I am concerned about is the ongoing lawsuits we have. There's 2 lawsuits right now to stop legislation that was passed by the legislature. One is in regards to HB 2492, which changes voter registration requirements, adds additional requirements such as proof of residence to register and vote. There's also a lawsuit challenging the law that was passed to essentially purge the active early voting list. It used to be called permanent early voting list. We now call it AVIL instead of PEVIL. There's a fast-moving legislation in Yavapai County in regards to the election procedures manual. And if that goes through, if that could possibly lead to a big problem fiscally for us. One of the things to keep in mind is there is a nationwide shortage of paper. And we have already ordered our ballot paper our vendor has for printing. We've already ordered our envelopes for early voting for the primary and general election. And from what our printer tells us, if we have to redo those, we don't have paper. He doesn't to do that. So we're watching that. I'm going to turn it over to Donna Kasner, my chief deputy, to talk about more details on our voter registration division and also our mailroom. So Donna, get yourselves up here, quick. Thanks.
Hi, good morning. So Patty touched a little bit about the fact that voter registration and elections, the departments are now separate, but I just want to remind everybody that the voter registration division is still responsible for about 70% of the voters because those voters vote early. So we are the division that mails out those early ballots and processes the early ballots when they come back. And we have, as Patty mentioned, opened a satellite office in the Flagstaff Mall for early voting and voter registration as well. And we're also partnering with the treasurer's office we have a drive-through location on 3rd Street that we also provide early voting services and voter registration services to. And as many of you may have noticed, we are actually conducting an election right now, the May 17th election for the Coconino Community College. So we're right in the middle of that countywide election. And then in the fall, our two funding requests are for the primary and general elections. So those are our only funding requests for FY23. And we have several mailings going out. You might actually see those this week. We are mailing out a new voter ID card to every registered voter. Due to redistricting, voters might have a new precinct now. They might have, well, they do have a new congressional district and possibly a new legislative district. So we're sending out new voter ID cards to everybody, and those are actually going out later this week. And that's about it for voter registration. As Patty mentioned, we are looking at that paper shortage very closely, but we do have everything set to go, and it's in our budget to order what we need for the primary and general election. We're just looking at, legislation and taking it as it goes if there's any changes. But otherwise, I'm here for any questions.
Thank you very much, and I appreciate all the efforts that both you and the recorder do to keep voting going and free and open here in Coconino County. So making it easy for our residents to register and easy for them to vote. So thank you. Members of the board, any questions that you might have? I guess I'll ask one. Just it sounds like you do not have any vacancies. You're fully staffed. That is marvelous. And it also looks like the county manager for both of your budget requests, he is recommending yes. And it looks like both of those requests are in elections. Is that correct?
So our requests are for the like the early voting and like the recorder side of things. So both the funding requests are just for the recorder budget.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Appreciate that clarification. Any other questions, members of the board?
Just
Yes.
quickly, Madam Chair. Donna, you're saying you are prepared, you do have the paper, or you have the paper on order?
We
for the general
have
election?
the paper secured. Yeah,
Okay.
I think the concern was if we had to reprint anything, like on the envelopes, that would pose a problem because that's already being printed and we would have to start all over and order new paper.
Okay. And then is there a certain percentage election that you're looking at associated with paper supply?
Percentage of the budget or?
Yeah, oh, actually, you'd be mailing out to everybody anyway, so never mind. Get that.
Well, about 70% of the voters are going to get that ballot packet in the mail. So that's what we're concerned about with the paper.
Right. Okay. All right. Well, thank you.
Okay, I'm going to have our senior recording manager, Alicia Henry, talk a little bit about our recording division.
Thank you.
Madam
I'm
Chair.
sorry, County Supervisor Fowler.
Yes, so thank you, Donna, and thank you. I was just wondering how we would be out there and we'd be providing that one-on-one education about the elections and registration, just even their records. I'm just wondering how the outreach is being conducted, and then maybe how we may be able to help, since we can be here to assist with that.
Okay,
Patty,
Supervisor.
thank you so much, Patty.
Thank you, Supervisor Fowler. In regards to our outreach, they're already out there.
Yes,
We're
they are.
doing the voter registration drives and the drive up mobile sites for early voting for the May election. We've done our chapter visits for the May election, and we have Ray Daw, who is now our outreach coordinator, has done a fantastic job putting together a team that is constantly out there doing registration drives at flea markets and other locations. Because of the problems or how complicated it is anymore with registering to vote, I would ask that if you have events or that you would like registration done, that you ask us to come and do it, because it is getting, well, this one bill, 2492, is going to be very, very difficult to prove residents. And also there's some other concerns, and I'm afraid that we're going to have people that are going to be turning in registration forms that we're not going to be able to accept. And so I would say right now, Donna, does he have a team of about 8 people or 10 people? I think it's 10 now that is working just on the Navajo Nation and at Moenkopi, Ray does. So if you hear of things, that's how you could help. Let us know of events and happenings that are going on so we can be there to do the registration and to answer the questions for people and to get people answer questions on early voting. So thank you.
Well, thank you. It looks like on Navajo, they're starting to open up for ceremonies, I've noticed. So those are really large gatherings that happen. So anyway, yeah, I just, any way that we can help to be able to assist in any of the places that are happening. And then also what the message we should be carrying, because that's where we're out there now more and more. So doing the Zoom meetings and actually be on the ground as well. So thank you.
I should also mention our voter guide is going to be going out in June to all of the registered voters. And this is that information piece that we have done since 2016. And I would be happy to supply your offices copies of that you could hand out at events and that, because it will contain a lot of information. So
that'll be good.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Yeah, thank you. And Patty, that I would love to get those copies of the voter guides too. When we're out and about, there'll be a lot of summer events, and that'd be just a wonderful opportunity to get that out.
Okay, well, thank you. Yeah, while we're waiting on that, usually we've sent those out in December before the year of the elections. But with all of the legislative changes, we are wanting to make sure the information is accurate. So we're waiting.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Thank you.
So I'll have Alicia do a brief overview of our recording division, which is just as important as our voter reg division, though it doesn't get all of the it's not as visible, I guess.
The behind the scenes work that gets done. So howdy. Thank you for joining us.
Hi, good morning. I'll just go real quickly. So our recording division maintains the public record consisting of documents accepted for recording. We provide services in person at our downtown location. We also accept documents for recording via mail and also electronically online. Currently, we are accepting about 84% of our documents are recorded electronically. Sorry, excuse me. And we're averaging about almost 3,000 documents a month. So we bring in money. We don't ask for any money from the board. We provide our own budget. And then we are currently fully staffed, as Patty mentioned. And we are just looking to offer more services to the county remotely and digitally. Do I need to? Sorry, I've never done this before. Can I offer you any more information?
Any questions from members of the board on recording? We know a lot of it is behind the scenes, and we so appreciate the effort that goes in, make sure that our records are kept straight and are recorded. So we appreciate that. Any other questions or comments from members of the board? If you are speaking, I cannot hear you.
Oh, I was just turning to Alicia and said she's doing great. But as you said, Madam Chair, we know there's quite a bit that your office handles for the community. So really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right.
Yeah, I just wanted to add, I really appreciate all the efforts that your office does, both for the records, but also for elections, making sure that elections are easier to participate in rather than harder. And hopefully the state legislator doesn't change that, so that way it's harder to vote. So please continue with your hard work. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
All right. Patty, anything else that you'd like? We
I'm
are
giving
on
you 5
schedule.
minutes back. So.
We appreciate that. And of course, I always appreciate the efforts of you and your staff, your dedicated staff. So you are so helpful to new voters coming forward, and certainly for every time anything needs to get done in terms of recording or voter registration, and for many years elections. We so appreciate the dedication for you that you and your staff have given the county. So, and any questions? Otherwise, we're 5 minutes ahead. So thank you, Patty. Really appreciate it.
Thank you.
If we could, Madam Chair.
Sure.
You're going to ask your question, Geronimo, real quick?
God.
I know you're fully staffed, but can you make a comment about the need for compensation package for your department, please?
Well, we lose staff because they get jobs in other places, so they leave. And that has been one of the most important or the most frustrating part for me in my 19 years of being here. To have a fully trained staff person on the voter reg side, you really need to go through the 4-year election cycle and also on the recording side, it takes several months, at least a year or more, to become fully trained. And so we're losing that knowledge. We're training people for other jobs somewhere else. So now I did steal Alicia from Maricopa County, so I thank them for that. But yeah,
But
it is hard.
Do you support the compensation?
Yes, I
package?
do. I
Okay.
do support the compensation
Okay.
package. It's badly needed, and it's costing us money to have turnover.
Oh, yeah.
Lots of money. So,
All
thank
right.
you. And thank the board. I want to thank the board for your continuing support of our department. It's very much appreciated. And I appreciate the partnership that we have working together. So thank you.
Thank you, Patty. Now the real tough question, who's your favorite supervisor, Patty?
You know, you better be careful, Matt.
Oh, she's my constituent. She's my favorite elected official.
You're making it hard for me now, Matt.
There you
So you all have very unique and wonderful
I love it.
you know,
she's being
personalities
careful
and
this
that,
year.
and I love you all equally.
All
So,
right.
thank
Spoken
you.
like a
Great
true
diplomatic
politician.
answer.
That's excellent. That's
Thanks,
excellent.
Patty. All right.
All right. So we probably used up that 5 minutes, didn't we? So
Pretty much.
onward, County Manager.
So as we do a change out of presenters, the next discussion is going to be held with the county attorney's office, and he and his staff are coming in. So give me a couple minutes to get folks lined up here.
All right, let's take a 3-minute break, everyone. Steve, just let us know when you're ready back there to start this.
We will do so, Madam Chair. We're just about there. Thank you.
Thanks, Sue.
Madam Chair, this is Steve. We are ready to proceed. County Attorney Bill Ring and his team are here, ready, and with the PowerPoint, you should all be able to see the PowerPoint that he'll be walking through. So,
Very
Madam
good.
Chair, back to you and to County Attorney Ring.
Thank you and welcome, County Attorney Bill Ring. It's good to see you, and we look forward to your presentation here this morning. We cannot hear you if you are speaking.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the Board of Supervisors. This is Bill Ring. I'm the elected county attorney for Coconino County. I've been in that position for 6 years. I wanted to also introduce you to the team that I have present. My Chief Deputy County Attorney is with me, Mr. Ammon Barker. Our Budget Manager, Janice Bradley, and my multi-purpose technology and person who keeps me straight, Amanda Delano, is here as well. And she's been really instrumental in helping me put the programs together and keeping the office in order. We don't often see how our office integrates together with the Board of Supervisors in the community until we really gather here in this room. And so it feels good to be at a podium again. And I'm pleased to be here. I welcome those members of our office who have joined us by Zoom. And I'm pleased to see supervisors, Mr. Ryan and Supervisor Vasquez are here present. Others are on Zoom. And I want to begin by, well, it's really an expression of gratitude to the organization, starting with management and our HR director, Erica Philpott, Ammon Barker, and our office for addressing retention and recruitment issues with our department as it pertains to salaries and positions and stratifying our employment scenario so that we can add employees an incentive to stay with the organization. And without going into great detail about it, it has had such a positive effect upon our morale, upon our productivity, upon our willingness to make a commitment to the mission that we have. And so I'm just grateful to those individuals who participated in that exercise over the last few months that resulted in a very positive outcome for the county attorney's office. And so some of the items that I would address to you this morning have already been resolved through administrative actions of the organization. And again, we are most grateful for that. Secondly, because that happened the way that it did, it allowed us to turn our attention in the budget presentation to other matters of importance to the county attorney's office and the justice system as we create it here in Coconino County. And so I want to take you on a journey, if you will. So stay with me for a while, but I'm going to meander into a field that may not seem related, but I'm going to pull it together and you'll understand why it's core to the mission of the county attorney's office in Coconino County. So stay with me as we go through this presentation. So I wanted to begin by having you consider, what is it? What is it that keeps planes in the air? What is it that keeps planes in the air? We all know the importance of that industry. We all know how it's utilized in our nation to put people together, families, business, whether it's a joyful assembly or it's a bereavement that puts us together. Nonetheless, what is it that keeps planes in the air? This is a rather ominous picture. You hope this is going to have a good outcome. Actually, it's a picture from a time when KLM Asia was bringing a 747 for the first time into a community, and people were so stunned and appreciative that they came out to see this vehicle actually land on the tarmac of the airport. But you know, what keeps that plane in the air and keeps the humans below safe? There's all kinds of airplanes, quite frankly, and they all have the capability of flying. Some are commercial, some are private, some are military, some are large, some are small. But they all have the ability to actually fly from one destination to another. You might think that it's the physics that keeps an airplane in the air, whether it's lift or drag or thrust or weight. You might also think it's the airplane's parts that keep the airplane in the air. And if that's what you thought, you wouldn't be wrong to think that. What makes people want to get on an airplane? We've all been through the lines in airports. We've all been through TSA. We know that there is some strict scrutiny of who gets on a plane. But what makes people want to get on that plane? And finally, what is it that makes the luggage arrive when you arrive? I mean, we might remember the day when you went to the airport and you brought your bags with you, and the bags may be there on the carousel or they may not. But I can tell you from my own experience, it's almost 100% performance, where I get from one place to another and I get there safely, and the luggage that I check in Flagstaff winds up being wherever I am, Tampa, Virginia Beach, Idaho, it doesn't matter. There's a logistics there that allows the bag to arrive when you arrive. I don't know if you know this, but on any given business day of the week, there's about 3,500 aircraft, commercial aircraft that are in the air at any one time over the United States of America. 3,500 commercial aircraft airborne. It was described to me at one point in time when there's nearly 1 million people that are in the air at any given time during a business week in the United States of America. That's a tremendous community that's just flying about at altitude over our country. But what makes the airline industry work? Though we mentioned the physics, it's really not, and the physics is necessary, it's not the physics. Though the parts are necessary too, it's not the parts. It's really not the logistics of air traffic control, though it's important, or the logistics of moving people, or the logistics of making the luggage arrive when the people get there. And it actually has less to do with price or affordability or destination. There's 4 conditions that keep planes in the air so that people and their things will actually get on board and use it. And they are safety, security, trust, and cooperation. Safety, security, trust, and cooperation make the airline industry operate. That's an introduction to the Coconino County Attorney's Office mission statement, which I'm going to take the time to deconstruct for you so that we can make an emphasis of what it is that we do, why we do it, and why it's good. We preserve and protect the community's sense of justice and fairness. When an injustice occurs, and this part of the mission statement describes the work of our criminal division, when an injustice occurs, you can have confidence in us to pursue the remedies that are just and fair and reasoned and complete. Just and fair and reasoned and complete. That's a cause for us in every single case we handle to turn that statement into a question. Is it just? Is the remedy that we're pursuing in this particular case, is it just? Is it fair? Is it reasoned? Is it complete? That's governance principles for myself, my administration, my leadership, the deputy county attorneys, and the people that work for them. So you can take this mission statement rather than as a statement and turn it into a question that we can utilize in any case. And that's why this mission statement works for us. It's both a declaration and a challenge. On the civil side, we have a civil division. As you know, it interacts with all the departments and units of this county government and other government entities as well, school districts, fire districts, the special districts that we form like jail and road and jail, road, floodplain. Our civil division contributes certainty and stability to our local government every day in the advice we offer and the services that we deliver. That's not only a declaration, but it too is a challenge to our civil division. You know, are we capable of performing at that level consistently over time so that what we are able to project to you as a client and to the community is our stable performance and the certainty of our legal advice? So I wanted to digress for a moment and explain to you that one of the privileges of having the job that I do is that I've gained the opportunity to teach around the country on the power and the purpose in the criminal justice system, which is a major part of a component in our budget. And it's been a privilege to do so. So I want to introduce you to a couple of concepts. The curriculum is an hour and a half of teaching, but I'm going to give you about 5 minutes of it so that you can understand why we are purpose-driven and how we perceive the duties and responsibilities of our office. Let's talk about the prosecutorial power because that gets a lot of attention. The thing for you to know in our conception of our prosecutorial responsibilities is that we have a specific expertise. You know, we're not general practitioners. We are specialists in the area of law, the prosecution effect. This purpose that's established by Constitution and by statute is a grant of authority by the state. So in other words, we don't enable to ourselves a power that isn't in a statute. The statutes are the source of our authority to pursue remedies, just, fair, reasoned, and complete. It's by statute. We didn't create this authority. It was granted to us by law. It's only made applicable through a justice system. So we don't make it applicable in all means unlimited and enormous. It's only made applicable through a justice system that's made up of processes and procedures and protections of individuals and the community. And it's there for a purpose, and the purpose is to seek justice. So this is not contrived, this is designed. It doesn't have a random application, it has an architecture. And that architecture has its beginnings and its ends. And it is limited, it is not enormous. But what does it mean to seek justice? Something to know about justice is that John Rawls, who was a philosopher of this type of system, noted that justice itself is the first virtue of social institutions, and it centers on this notion of basic fairness, and that it appeals to an inherent bias that human beings have for safety, security, trust, and cooperation. So why did I start this presentation with talking about the airline industry? Because the things that make the airline industry work are the same things that we pursue when we're talking about the administration of justice. We all want to be safe. We all want to be secure. We all want to trust. And we all want to cooperate, or a system that cooperates. When we pursue remedies that are just and fair and reasoned and complete, what we're saying is that our work product matches our community's expectation for these values, to know that we want to be safe, to experience a fundamental security that allows personal liberties to flourish, What our office does for our community is we take the wrongs that are delivered to us and we do our best to set the wrongs right. We take wrongs and we set them right. We want to trust each other and trust that government is working in the community's best interest. And we want to create conditions for a cooperative society, again, so that individual liberties can flourish and that our communities can flourish as we cooperate together. So our mission is really tied to our budget. All those high ideals mean a lot to us. I spend a lot of time thinking about that and how to actualize those principles, how to put them into action, how to be an agent for those principles. So let's turn to budgeting. And in this portion, I want to just tell you where I'm heading with it, that I'm heading to a systems analysis for putting a budget together. Budgeting should not simply be a linear exercise. And budgeting isn't an incremental exercise either. You know, the charts and graphs that you see there are ways of measuring performance. But performance really isn't the purpose of putting a budget together unless what we're doing is budgeting for outcomes. And this organization has talked about budgeting for outcomes for a long time. But we've got to go out in the community to measure our impact to see what if our outcomes are matching our expectations. That's a difficult thing to do when the footprint of this organization is so large and the budget is so constrained. It seems like every maneuver that we might enter into puts tension on the system. I mean, our budgets are already tense. There's not a lot of increment for maneuvering. Though we talk about budgeting for outcomes, and I actually would favor that if we had metrics around the performance to measure it. But the budget that we put together for a justice system really isn't a linear exercise or an exercise of incremental changes. Budgeting is a systems exercise. And we should start thinking about how the county attorney's office operates within a system. Now, I don't want you to get hung up so much on what you see in this picture. We're going to see it again. But what that is a depiction of the criminal justice system. From beginning to end, from the time when an event occurs that creates criminal liability to a disposition at the end. And then within this framework here, you'll see that there's juvenile prosecution, something that we handle in our office. There's misdemeanor prosecution, something we handle in our office. And there's felony prosecutions in this office. And along the course of this system, there's various ways to divert or defer the consequences of criminal liability in the hope of some type of restoration. And I'm not going to delve into these details. I just wanted to create an image for you that shows you how complex this system actually is and how many judgments along the way the 22 attorneys in our office have to make and the 27 support and administrative individuals that help us make them. There are all kinds of options. There are all kinds of opportunities. There are opportunities in the system to exploit that we don't exploit. But this is what it looks like. It's not easy and it's not simple. It's complex and it's not a linear progression. It's a complicated system. Now, you take that system that we just described, if you start from the beginning to end, that's at options for charting an individual single prosecution case. Is it juvenile? Is it misdemeanor? Is it felony? And the options that are elaborated there in the chart. But think about this. These options are multiplied by 3,000 misdemeanor cases that our office sees every year. That's about the flow rate for cases that are introduced into our office at the misdemeanor level. 3,000 a year. There are about 2,000 felony cases that are introduced to our office every year. 2,000. So now we're up to 5,000 cases on average that we deal with in a single year. And each case, each single case starts on a different day of the week, every day of the year. So if you take that elaborate chart that you see there and you multiply it 5,000 times and you realize that it's starting at different points in that continuum, on different days of the week, on different weeks of the year, that is a complex system to manage. So it's not just linear, right? It's complex, it's interactive, and every individual of those 5,000 individuals enters that program at a point in time and exits it at a point in time, and there's all these variables in between, and you layer that up 5,000 times, and that's what the work of the county attorney's office looks like. It's not easy. It's complex. It's not simple. It's a system. Now, that's not the end of the complexity of this system. I'm going to add a couple of more factors to this system. There's 17 different law enforcement agencies that contribute criminal liability cases to our office, either for prosecution at the misdemeanor level or for review at the felony level. We have some options to charge as misdemeanor or charge as felony, but there's 17 different law enforcement agencies that contribute cases to our office for review. There's 10 different county departments that are involved in the production of these cases and the flow of these cases in this complex system. They are, of course, public defender and legal defender, sheriff's office for transport back and forth for those in custody, a jail district to house those in custody. We have superior court judges. We have 6 divisions, maybe 7 divisions. Oops. We have justice court precincts, and there's not just one justice court precinct. We got precincts in Fredonia, right? In Page, in Williams, in Flagstaff. Right? We're adding complexity to an already complex system. We have clerks of court in superior and justice courts. You know, these are the elected position of the clerk of the superior court with the responsibility to manage all the paperwork and filings. Now we're moving electronic, but electronic or paper, it doesn't matter. There's filings for all those cases, and we're just talking about the criminal cases. We have adult probation and victim witness services. We have bailiffs and court personnel. All these things that need to be considered in this complex system. It's not just about the county attorney's office. It's how this system interacts with itself and each other internally and externally with our system, with our community. So let's talk about another layer of complexity. There's the back office support for this system. There's facilities and facilities management for the justice system. There's IT and technology support for the justice system. And there's human resources and things as straightforward as payroll support for the justice system. So we're not talking about something that is linear, right? We're talking about something that's interactive. It might lead you to think that it looks something like this, right? That's an image of a interstate interchange somewhere in America. With cars on all levels. And inside that car, right, is the accused, is the victim, is the prosecutor, and the defense lawyer, and the judge, and adult probation, and the court personnel. And we're all traveling together case by case by case by case, right? Every one of those cars has the complexity of, as a symbol, has the complexity of our criminal justice system driving that car in a direction somewhere, right? Somewhere. It could look like this. This is a transportation map. And it's interesting, when we think about our cases, whether you're planning for air flight or automobile traffic, transportation engineering is an interesting metaphor for what we do in the criminal justice system. It could look like that. Or it could look like this. And it does, right? People going everywhere, coming, going, in, out, commuting through this criminal justice system at a high level of complexity, with many, many cases occurring at a single time, all heading for some sort of destination. Very complex. Finally, I love this slide, because the thing to remember is that it's a human industry. It's human beings connected together. Right? We're all working and pulling on oars. Now, we may not be pulling in the same direction. None of these people seem to be heading in the same direction. But they're all connected together. It is one dimensional system, right? A single incorporated body of people, all trying to exercise within the complexity of what we've designed. The design we have doesn't need to be the final design, which I want to talk to you about when we talk about budgeting for systems. Now, we're looking at improving designs. Improving designs. That's what our budget is about. It's a submission of what we need to improve our design. But the thing we can't forget is that this is a human enterprise. It's a human enterprise. These are the people in our office. These are human beings in the county attorney's office. Surprisingly, we're a rather young workforce. But you can tell from just the appearance of this administrative support staff that we've formed community in our office, that these people deserve praise for what they do. Every single one of them deserves praise. We make careful hiring decisions. We've improved our ability to recruit and retain as a result of the actions that I mentioned at the beginning of the presentation. These are the people who are operating within the complexity of that system. More people in our office operating in the complexity of that system. Still others are paralegals operating within the complexity of that system. This is us. Amanda assembled this collage, and it does a lot of things for us, right? It described how we worked through 2020 and 2021. We introduced technology that connected us together. We really maximized our ability to use things like Zoom and M-Teams. But this is who we were. This is who we were in 2021 and at the beginning of 2022. Now that COVID restrictions have released, we're together in large part, though we're still utilizing remote technology to maximize our service levels. But this is who we are, all of us, working in the complexity of a justice system. So where does the county attorney's budget fit in? It fits into a complex system. I think I've said that enough. I just want to instill that. It fits within a complex system. It should be thought of as a driver and a contributor to that system. We need other systems to function well so that we can do our job. We are interrelated as those human beings were interrelated in the exhibit I showed you, so that solutions can be achieved. This is what we're budgeting towards. We have to acknowledge that we are a driver in a system that has other systems that need to function well so that the solutions we're aiming for, safety, security, trust, cooperation, can be achieved. We need a systems view of how we budget. We don't always get that when we assemble our county attorney budget because we really don't get an introduction to the complexity of the other offices that are driving demand for budget. We don't get a really good view of how we fit into that. In fact, sometimes the budgeting process becomes competitive. And we start thinking that, we're the ones who deserve the greater improvements. And I'm telling you that from my perspective on the role of justice in our community, we're not the ones that deserve the riches. We need to plan our function as a function of other functions, right? We need to look at this globally, right? To see how we can maximize how we work together. Not that we're partners, because many times we're advocates and as lawyers might say, we're adversaries, right? We need to be adversaries because we have different clients that we advocate for, different positions, different points of view, but we use the rule of law to manage that. We use rules and procedures to manage that. It allows us to be advocates and adversaries and still function within a cooperative system, not partners, cooperators. We need systems solution. So what does budget build out look like for the county attorney's office? Our budget asks for what we look like when we are shaped and we are right-sized for what we must do today. It's about our shape. It's about right-sizing our effort for what we're called upon by our duties and authorities to do today. So in our budget submission, we sought 11 FTEs. That's what build out looks like in the county attorney's office. It is true that the positions that are recommended by the administration are 0. I'm not critical of the administration's position on review of our budget. And I've been clear, I've communicated with administration at the top level to say, look, we were asked to tell you what it looks like when we build ourselves out. What is it that we need to build ourselves out? It's 11 FTEs. We asked for an adjustment in our operating budget. When I add up what we would call SIRs, it amounted to $172,000. This is partly to solve what I've called that perverse incentive, where we've got to run salary savings in order to cover the cost of our operations. And so what it makes us do is endure vacancies longer. When we endure vacancies longer, we incur overtime, we incur temp wages. And it's been a long time since we've had every vacancy filled in our office, but our expectation for performance is still there. We've still got to process those cases, whether we're 47 people or 37 people. And so it puts a burden on our workforce to work overtime. And we're at a point where even the inducement of overtime wages is not going to get you the next unit of performance. People are at capacity. They're at capacity. They may be beyond capacity. And they perform because they believe in that mission that we've been talking about. But you're not going to get another hour of performance out of people. They are maxed. And so that's why we put together the FTEs, and we wanted to shift away from that perverse incentive of running vacancy savings because it's burdening our workforce. We did receive a recommendation of 5%. So, while we were talking about dollars and cents, what we got was a percentage. When you take a look at the size of our budget, operating expenses, 5% isn't going to do it, but it's movement in the right direction. This is the current budget, build out budget. you can see all the, I mean, it's a way of condensing what we asked for into a slide. This was provided by the county manager's office. I couldn't fit our 14 asks in one clean column, so I split it, and there's 9 on the left and 5 on the right. This is what we asked for, and none were recommended. I understand that, and we're grateful for the effort that administration has put into improving the conditions in the county attorney's office in other ways, through salary improvements that help us with retention and recruitment. But just to give you an idea of what it is that we asked for, you see it listed here. These are both increases in operating expenses and additional FTEs that would describe build out of our project. Remember, our planning objective are these things: safety, security, trust, and cooperation. That's the project that we're building in our community. That's what justice does for us in Coconino County. Remember that we operate in a complex system. We spent considerable amount of time navigating around the 30,000-foot view of what cases and case flow looks like. And remember, it's a human system. This is made up of people. Our greatest asset is our people. It's not our facilities. In fact, our facilities could use expansion. But we work within a human system. Those buildings we occupy, the 3rd floor of the GAO building, would mean nothing to us if it was empty of people. But it means everything to us, because that workforce that I showed you and described to you shows up every day to accomplish this important mission for our community. It is a human system. So our best minds that we have put this budget together, and I'm telling you, it's an honest budget. It's not gamed. We didn't ask for 11 FTEs to get 3. I think that's irresponsible of leadership. We gave you the budget that we think we need, right? And if it made up of 3 FTEs or 7 or 11 or 15, we gave you the number that we need to build out this system. We did not game this. This is straightforward and it's honest. I would say to you in advocacy for the budget that our community needs you to approve it for the good of the community and the good of the justice system. That's my job as a leader. That's my job as an advocate for what we do. I have got to tell you what we need, and I've told you what we need. And it's good for the community and it's good for our system. More importantly, and I think if I could leave you with one point, I'm not trying to take away what I'm advocating for. In fact, I'm trying to build out what I'm advocating for. We need to really take a look at a comprehensive systems approach to how we deal with justice systems in our county. They are expensive. I would venture to guess that more than half our budget as a county is somewhere within that system that I described, and the 10 actors and the 17 law enforcement agencies and 5,000 cases requiring a delivery of a variety of services, from alternative dispute resolution and mental health court and drug court, now we call it recovery court, all the way up to prosecution of heinous homicides, where prison is the only remedy that keeps the community safe. We need to look at this comprehensively and holistically. I think management is inclined to do this, but it takes leadership. It takes leadership from more than the county attorney's office to take a systems approach like this. It needs leadership from courts. It needs leadership from our good adversaries, leadership from adult probation. It requires leaders to come together. We have a criminal justice coordinating council. I would like to challenge it to come forward with a budgeting exercise for systems approach to justice improvements. It's not only about backlogs. We're working through backlogs. Backlogs is a temporary condition as a result of COVID, but it's a permanent condition because we're undersized. And so we will always have backlogs. And it's not only criminal backlogs. We had a meeting yesterday and there's civil backlogs. I have said publicly that we are a size 10 foot in a size 6 shoe. And you are going to need to draw your attention to that matter. And we are here to help. We're challenging, but we're challenging us in a good way to be better than we are. To be better than we are, to meet that challenge, to demonstrate the leadership that brought us to the positions where we're elected by our community to advocate for these kinds of things. This is our challenge. Complacency is not an option. And whether other departments accept this challenge or not, the county attorney's office is not going to settle for complacency. We are not made out of that kind of cloth. Our responsibilities and our roles are too big for that. Too big. So we intend to cooperate. We intend to trust each other. We advocate for safety and security, but we have got to lead. That's our challenge. And so, for my part, I'm telling you that you're going to see leadership from our office in 2022, 2023. It's not only going to come from me, it's going to come from my chief. It's going to come from our section leaders, our seniors, our civil division, our criminal division. Now, we are motivated to make improvements while we have the ball. I'm not intent to pass the ball before the improvements are at least attempted to be made, and that we establish a framework and a systems approach for making the improvements that we need to make. We do it for ourselves. We do it for our community. I do it for the people who work over there. So we need to pay attention to these matters, and I've given you a budget that looks like build out, and I'm asking for your approval. But I'm thankful and grateful for the work that's happened in 2022 thus far to bring better equity to our systems. And so I'm happy to take any questions you might have. I'm giving you a foretaste of what to expect from the county attorney's office in 2022. And I've given you a list of our needs. Whether we get the needs or not, you're still going to see leadership and you're still going to see advocacy for the benefit of our people, our system, and our community. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Bill, as always, we expect strong advocacy from not only you, but all the members in your department. And we appreciate your vision and look to build out for our community and to promote justice here in Coconino County. So we understand that we are all faced with balancing acts and doing what we can, and certainly not accepting complacency, but to doing what we can to provide the best services for our community and our residents. So appreciate your program and your information and the information that was presented in our budget books. And at this time, I'm going to open it up to questions from members of the board. Any questions for our county attorney? Yes, Supervisor Ryan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you, Bill. I hear you. I mean, this is a prolonged conversation that we've had and what we've been wrestling around with. And, you know, I'll turn to last year just as our example. We wrestled through and continued to hear a challenge that we all find ourselves in, that size 10 shoe and the 6 foot boot, so to speak, in terms of capacity. Part of the discussion was recognizing that we've had growth in various areas, and yet we've had the same number of personnel in those areas. So we continue to struggle with the capacity. And it really does beg for, so how do we get out of this competition? Because it's so restricted. And it is a question that we have to develop a vision of additional resources. How do we get to that? And your challenge fits well to that discussion. No matter what, we're still going to be dealing with the amount of money that we've had come in, and then where can we best as possible distribute it equitably while we have all this competition going on amongst each other. The needs are there. There's no question of it. Sure, one might have a little bit more than the other, but all in all, are the needs there? Absolutely. So I see it, we've got a couple of challenges that we're working through. And as we try and fill those gaps, the other piece that we go back to, we're dealing with the budget for everybody, is what is the tolerance level? What is the next step? Where do we go with our community? And we've talked about it over the years. We created the Public Health Services District when we had constraints. The desire at the time was, oh, we have new money. We didn't have new money. It was, how do we keep going? Next piece came to discussion associated with, the gas tax doesn't pay for our roads that we're supposed to maintain. And so we had the Prop 403. If we didn't fill that, we would have had reduced service, but we also would have had drawdown on general fund operational funds that we have for the broader organization. So we did go and do that. Similarly, we're working through our flood control discussions. What do we do? How do we deal with it? And then the jail tax, similar idea of, we didn't have the jail tax out there, my gosh, what it would do to the general fund and general operation would be a broader impact. So, eventually we hit these certain stages where we've come up with a remedy. It's not a complete remedy, but it's helped. But, I feel as though in the long term, and I'm discussing it more from that longer term piece, that expenditure limit has just tucked us into, as much as we try and fit into that boot, we're stuck, and we need to come up with another solution. And I think your challenge and the discussion and what we need to do with build out fits into that discussion. How do we bring it to the community in the future? I don't think we're ripe right now. We need to develop that conversation and that cooperative approach to doing it. But that is the next piece of where we go and what we need to do with that. So I hear you, and it's good you're pushing us, because we need to also come up, if we do approach our community in the future, as we've done in the past, you better have a good reason why we're coming to the community, why we need to do what we need to do. And you're validating what you need within your office, but even more broadly, the complication of the system, because as you know, particularly in the judicial system, it's a cause and effect. We need to look at the full system, how we work together, and not just where we find our efficiencies, but he came back, what was it, a year or two ago, and we've already worked through our efficiencies. You want us to be creative where we've already gone there, and where do we go? And we appreciate that. It's a lot of the innovation that we see within our organization, but there's a certain point that you come up with your innovations, and then you hit a point of we need additional resources to go there. So I hear you, and I understand your conversation, and I agree with you, but it's also a discussion that's not going to be solved this year. It's a discussion that we put together in the next couple of years that we approach the community associated with these questions. In the meantime, though, because of the moment, and our challenges of where we live and the recruitment piece, management's recommendation is come forward with augmentation to compensation. And the question that, you know, I would ask you, and we're hitting that point, we can't do FTEs and compensation. We're trying to fill the gap associated with the cost of living and compensation. How do you feel? What would be your answer to which is the priority we have at this moment in time?
It's an interesting question because back in economics, I remember, is it guns or is it butter? Right? You know, you have guns on one side, butter on the other. And what is it? Are you going to feed people or are you going to fight? Because you can't have both. Safety, security, trust, cooperation, pick two.
Yeah.
Right? We don't want that. We don't want that choice. The thing that I would say to you, just in regard to your comment, and I'll be brief, you mentioned cause and effect and competition. What I'd like you to do is have a change of mind, a new paradigm, if you will. If you do a strong systems approach to justice, it no longer is cause and effect and competition. It's what's best for the system, where every participant has a role to play and we all strive to achieve what's best for the community, not what's best for the department. The way we do things, it makes me compete with other departments and for my people. And so I've got to advocate for that. But if we really do a strong systems approach, and maybe we need outside consultation to lead us through an exercise like that, how do we do that? Just as an anecdote, I've supported expansion of the public defender's office because I think that's fair for the due process rights of the accused. That's good for the system as well. It's good for us. I'm not going to make a choice between whether we, enhance the equity of our salary structures and compensation, or whether we expand a justice system with more people. That's why I don't want to be put in a position of choosing, having 4 objectives and choosing 2. I think we can have both. I appreciate the point you've made about where does the money come from? Where are the revenues? What are our outside opportunities? We can take a look at restructuring ourselves, in that constant exercise of restructuring. For instance, in the county attorney's office, when we think about the community, do we want diversion? Do we want deflection, or do we want prosecution? Right? We might be able to strike a balance within our system that gets us all 3, but it's going to take some investment. And if we think that's good for the community from a policy perspective and from a law perspective, then we may look at restructuring. But I think we need guidance, because we need all those participants to come together and be able to set down self-interest for a moment to have an open conversation. Right? But that takes leadership. Right? And I don't want to be the only one who's leading in that direction. Right? I need it from the courts. I need it from the defense. I need it from the community. I need it from you. I challenge you to think beyond cause and effect, or inputs, throughputs, outputs. Again, I've been trying to describe something that's actually 3 and 4 dimensions, right? It's all these effects over the course of time. It's more thinking than we're capable of doing in the next 3 minutes. But I challenge you to start the exercise, and we will be participants.
Aaron? And I hear you. Thanks, Bill.
Thank you.
Any other comments, members of the board?
Yeah, first off, I'd like to say I appreciate your vision. I appreciate the way that you've composed this, and I appreciate the fact that you don't want to have to make that choice between one or the other. Unfortunately, we're in the situation where we do have to make that choice because we don't have the unlimited resources to be able to just go in that direction. And so how do we get there? And I don't know if we can get 11 FTEs in 1 year, but how do we build to that? That would be my question for you, if we can't do the 11 FTEs.
Well, I mean, I've been trying to advocate for a change in the way we think about things. right? And I don't want you to have to choose between roads or justice. I don't want to have you, choose between parks and healthcare, right? That's unfair to you, right? But don't put yourself in the box of thinking that way because it's the only way it's presented to you, where we all line up and we come in here in succession and we advocate for our department, and you've got to sort out the mess. Who gets what, 10 chirping birds in a nest, and the mother's got to figure out who to feed first, right? Don't do that to yourself. For me, I would tell you that's the wrong frame of reference. I think you really do need to elevate and take a global view of what our business is, right? Break it down into simple things. Public safety, right? Public safety is made up of a lot of components, right? Try to design. It's a design problem. It's an architecture problem. How are you going to design it so all those parts fit together rather than feeding the chirping birds one at a time? Right? Think systems wise. That's why I emphasized this kind of global holistic approach to making our community a better place, because we've balanced one thing, not against another, but one thing with another. It's a framework of reference. And I challenge you to go take a walk. Think about it. Think about how we could do things different, better. I mean, ever better, right? Management is well aware of this exercise. It's a hard exercise, right? And we put a lot of work into our budget and we got zero, really. I mean, we got a little more than zero, but 100 pages of material and, thank you. Thank you for your service. It's more than that. I think you can get there, right? Don't put yourself in the box of guns and butter, right? Put yourself in the box of systems design with architecture, smart planning.
And I appreciate that. But again, we go back to, we're having this conversation about compensation packages to put out for the whole staff. And so when balancing that, to figure out how to adjust the architecture while we're flying the plane midstream, how do we do that? That's why I'm referring to how do we build to there? Because I personally just after, I agree with you. We need to look at things differently and look outside of the box. I just don't see how we do that at this point in time right now, based on where we're at with our budget process.
You may be hamstrung just by the way you do the budget process, right? You're a victim of your own creation. I'm trying to give you a way of thinking beyond that, to get out of victimhood and start designing systems.
Any other questions from members of the board?
Madam Chair?
Yes, Supervisor Begay.
I just want to say I appreciate the presentation that was made, and I think we really all as a board, I've kind of looked at it and thought, there's probably certain ways that we need to really start thinking about this big organization that we have, and all the way from various things that need to be looked at. And I've been bringing that up, here and there. And but I just want to say, on the other hand, we all have to give and take. We have a lot of departments that are in the same situation as Mr. Ring's office and stuff like that. So I just want to say I appreciate your presentation, and that we're here to listen. We're here to help in any way we can. And I just wanted to say thanks for your efforts in doing the budget. Yes, there are a lot of pages that you guys brought up, and it's our job to look at it and to really look into it to see what's workable and what will not be, and that how much can we do. As you know, the budgets, the funding is not really all there, and so it is a tough decision, but we shouldn't, just look at one piece of it. We should look at the whole picture in making a decision. So thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Begay. Any other comments or questions from board members?
Just, Madam Chair, if I could.
Yes,
quickly.
Supervisor Ryan.
Yeah, and I don't think it is either or. I agree with what Bill's saying. A piece of the response is associated with where we are in this point in time, and we do have a budget that we have to come to conclude with. By the same token, that's what we've continue to try and do. How do we modify the system? Why did we create CGACC? That might be hung up a little bit, but can we remodify? What's the direction? Similar idea with the mental health piece. We want to see something happen there, but we got to launch it in a way that it's comprehensive and a systematic approach. So it's not either or. I agree with that with Bill. By the same token, the budget is a decision of the moment and where we go with this particular budget. So anyway, I think it's a conversation that we continue to look at from a system perspective and advance it, so I appreciate that. So thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Supervisor Fowler.
Yes, thank you, Bill. Really appreciate you bringing up, our system. And, systems thinking is really the approach to that budget is what I think you're talking about. Where is that intervention and where are all the other loops that feed into this system that we have? So, it is a great challenge, and part of it is, our county has been really, I think that we've been slowly changing, and where we are now is looking, projecting into the future and seeing how that will be, how to best manage the costs. And also the just how we will be able to meet meet the challenges that have been coming towards us and is coming, and that's just the unexpected reactionary mode that it puts us into these events that happen. So when you have a systems thinking approach, I think there's a lot of feedback and feed in, and it looks like that's what it sounds like that's what you're really looking at, and how does this one department interact with others, and then how is that the interagency partnership that happens internally as well as externally. And through the years, I have seen more of a interdepartmental partnership, and it's been evolving through the years since I've been on the board. And as a board, we have sought externally with these sales tax initiative, to be able to address some of these issues. And now we're now at another point now. We're maybe at another transitional stage into another loop. So, I think that when you study systems thinking, where are those loops and where are those, where is it that transition takes place? So that's the way I hear you anyway. And I really appreciate your passion and your advocacy for your department and your staff. The way that you have just really laid it out and telling your story, and being able to provide this education for us. And so just want to thank you for that. And I'm going to be really looking at each of the departments, and we are a system. We say county family. And what does that mean when it comes to budgeting? Where is that systems thinking and how is it applied here? So, right now, you're one of the departments, and we're going to be looking at all the departments in that way. So, with these long-term planning within that cycle, it's now it's creating another cycle over here. So that's the way I look at everything when I do those loops. So I appreciate you bringing that up. Thank you.
Madam Chair,
Yes, County Manager Peru.
if appropriate, after all the board comments, I can proceed, but I don't want to preempt the board members for their comments.
Any other comments or questions? Just, briefly, obviously Bill, we hear you, and we also hear the advocacy and the passion as has been indicated, and whether you see this or not, I do see this as a difficult weighing and balancing of many interests and important interests throughout the county. So, but certainly hear what you're saying and hearing the importance of your vision and the importance of building out there in the county attorney's office. So thank you. And if there are no other comments from the board, County Manager.
You bet. I'm excited. I'm excited by the challenge that our county attorney, and it certainly is a challenge that I think we all echo in terms of how do we start thinking about different things differently. The general fund, and we talk about the majority of the general fund is dedicated to our justice system. Of course, different components. The county is a complex enterprise. We house 3 law firms. We have a prosecution, defense. We have detention. We have a court system. We have Superior Court, Justice Court. We have a county. I always put my little factoid in, larger than the country of Switzerland, in which we do business. And so I'm excited. And I think this year we began, and I haven't been here all, for several years prior to that. But this year, I think we began the opportunity to start thinking about systems thinking when we received the ARPA funding. Because we convened, we coalesced around an opportunity. We've engaged the superintendent of schools, juvenile court, adult probation, and others. And I think it's exciting to say, let's not think of this opportunity only in light of ARPA, but going forward. I think CJCC is an important initiative, but we also need to be thinking within the county grouping itself. What are we doing within the family to talk about systems thinking? Yes, we will go out and talk with, the partners beyond the county structure, but it provides the opportunity for us to look at deferral, deflection. We look at alternatives. Judges want resources from the bench. They need alternatives, so we look to the nonprofit community and what they do, the services in detention, what the sheriff is doing. Yes, funding is a challenge, but I think most importantly is we have the right people here, elected and appointed, that want to come together. For us as a county on the budget side, we are going to have to do something with regard to revenue beyond what we know we can't do. And that's going to be, I think, definitely a conversation with counties in general. We tend to respectfully all complain about what we don't have, as opposed to, okay, what are we going to do about it? And I think for us to look at that opportunity is important. But I'm excited, and certainly as your representative, Board of Supervisors, in working with the appointed department heads and how we interact with our constitutional officers, we will take the efforts so far that we've done around ARPA, expand those, and engage and proceed. I'm excited. Thanks.
Thank you, County Manager. Any other closing comments? So this was a long and informative presentation. And I believe that if there are no other questions or comments, we have looks like a lunch break. Is that what we are with, County Manager?
Yes, a few moments before lunch, but yes, we are at halftime.
Very good. Any other comments?
Madam Chair, can we check in just a moment with budget and see if there's anything on their calendar that's changed? We good, Fong?
Thank you,
So yes, we're good.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, so if we're all good and we're 15 minutes early, and with that, I think we can just go ahead and take an earlier lunch break, and we are back at 1 o'clock. Is that correct?
Yes, we are back at 1 o'clock, and 1 o'clock, we will be visiting with finance, after that assessor. So anyway, 1 o'clock.
Very good. All right. Then we'll be back at 1. Thank you all. Say, Geronimo, can you hear me? Your camera's on.
Please leave me a message and I'll get back to you as soon as I can.
Madam Chair.
Yes, I'm here. Is everybody back? I see Matt is back. I see that Geronimo is back. And do we have a supervisor? There's Judy Begay, Supervisor Fowler. There she, supervisor. We're all here. So the board is back in session from our lunch break. And I'm going to turn this over to the county manager to continue with the budget.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. The afternoon session will be kicked off by Siri Mullaney, Chief Financial Officer, who will be presenting for the Finance Department the increments or budget requests that were submitted. One was submitted for the contract and bid management system with the new 1 FTE, Senior Buyer Purchasing Analyst. And those have been, that was recommended for funding, but we can talk about the funding request after Siri's presentation.
Thank you, County Manager. So Siri, take it away.
Great. Thank you, Chair Horseman and members of the board. I'm happy to be here in this capacity today to talk about the Finance Department and our budget. It's a hard act to follow after that delicious lunch, so hopefully everybody stays awake with me and we'll see how this goes. So first of all, I did want to introduce our team members that are here with us. We have on the Zoom, Abby Velasquez, who is our new Accounting and Audit Manager. And then in the room here, we have Megan Coons, who is our Assistant Finance Director, and Scott Richardson, our Purchasing Manager. And of course, you also know Fong Martin, who is our Budget Manager, and Brandon is with us as well. And I think we have others who are watching on the Zoom, so that's great. So just to kick it off, I know a lot of times when you see us, we're talking about budget, but just a reminder, in addition to the work we do in budget, we have other divisions within finance. Our financial reporting, accounting, and audit is really the organizational accounting function for the whole county. And so we do things like prepare our financial statements and make sure that all of our accounts accurately and transparently reflect the financial information for the county. We have our operations and special districts section, which really includes our accounts payable, where we pay all the bills on behalf of the county. We handle travel claims and employee reimbursements, and also vendor taxation when we are paying our vendors. In our payroll team, this is a joint effort with Human Resources, so we are on the processing side of payroll. Once the information is set up in terms of employees and benefits and rates of pay and things over on the HR side, then our team does the ExecuTime download and ensures complete and accurate time tracking, and then completes the payroll process for all of our employees. And then purchasing. So there are a lot of state and federal regulations that go into using public funds regardless of the department. So Scott in the purchasing area helps keep us all compliant, all of the departments. So really, finance is another one of those areas that really just touches every aspect of the county with our work. On the next, on your, in your packet, I guess, on page 7, we have our organizational chart. I'd like to point out a couple recent changes. So our new Assistant Director, Megan Coons, who has been with the county for several years in different capacities, from business manager to budget to overseeing payroll. So she has recently accepted our role of Assistant Director. We have, as I mentioned, Abby in the Accounting and Audit Manager role. John Comer has recently decided to join Abby as the Senior Accountant in that area. So you'll notice John is absent from our budget meetings this year, but has served budget for a very long time previously as the Senior Budget Administrator, and really was instrumental in coming up with a lot of the materials in your packet that you see. So his work in budget still lives on today. We also have Kristen Curtis, who is the ARPA Program Manager, who is handling all of the compliance aspects for ARPA. And then newly joining us in a couple weeks will be another CPA we're adding to our team. We're very excited about that. Melanie Askew will be joining for compliance. And recently we've also hired Holly Green in payroll. We also have a lot of familiar faces. As I mentioned, Scott, we have Jen Cassio in payroll, Kristen Wessling in AP, Lisa Yazzie in AP, and Nicole Harris, who does our grants. And then of course, last but not least, our budget team. So Fong and Brandon and John. And we haven't really had much of a chance to point this out, but I do just want to thank them for all the work that has gone into helping all of the departments prepare for the budget and all of the budget materials. I mean, it was a lot of work and they've been doing a great job. And then that leads me to our vacancies. So with John transitioning, then we also have a vacant budget analyst that has created and a vacant accountant. So we're currently recruiting, but I will say it's a much better story than last year at this time. If you recall our budget presentation last year, really what I highlighted was the situation with our vacancies and our inability to recruit staff. Fortunately, we have been able to do a lot of internal promoting within our own department and put the right people in the right places. And we're really excited about our path forward with the staff that we have now. So with that, some accomplishments, like I said, we have had quite a bit of turnover in the last few years and a lot of vacancies that we were working with, but we've also accomplished quite a bit. So we've received the Government Finance Officers Association Distinguished Budget Presentation Award for the 16th year in a row. Last year, as you recall, the ARPA funds really impacted the budget development process. And so I will call it an accomplishment to get through last year's budget. That was sort of a 12-month process, including all of the ARPA funds, which we're still, of course, working with the board on in terms of the allocation. And you'll probably hear ARPA a lot in terms of impact throughout the rest of my presentation, just because even though I know it is definitely a shared initiative and there are so many departments that are touched by it, finance sort of taking the lead on all of the compliance aspects that come with it and all of the reporting and the subrecipient monitoring. And again, additional federal regulations in the area of purchasing. ARPA has been very impactful to our department. In our audit division, we also had turnover. We had a very long time retirement of Marshall Westling after, I believe it was 30 years with the county, 16 with our office. So that was huge and significant. And she's very difficult to replace. We are working on it with the accountant recruitment. But in the meantime, Abby has been building a great team, as I mentioned, with John also recently coming on board. We've also received significant federal funds that have been attributable to a lot of the COVID emergency and other emergency declarations that have happened in the past few years. So every time we receive federal dollars, it also puts an extra sort of piece on the finance department, if you will, to ensure proper reporting through our federal single audit. We accomplished the public safety pension system debt refinancing, so PSPRS, and that saved taxpayers $15 million. In our operations area, we've been focusing on our vendor setup and compliance, and we have done a lot of improvements in that realm, and we've also shifted a lot of our vendors to ACH payment versus paper check, which saves money, saves time, it saves postage, and it's of course just more environmentally friendly, and we continue to work on that. In payroll, we had a consultant come and do a process review, and this was a collaborative effort with HR, and we're working on implementing some recommendations to help make the experience better for our employees and for our supervisors. And then in purchasing, one of our accomplishments has been to implement a longer-term copier repair and replacement program that secures funding. So copiers can be evaluated based on the need and their useful life, and we can have a more sustainable plan in place for ensuring departments have what they need when the copiers come due for replacement, but also aligning the needs with the funding. Also in purchasing, this is another area where ARPA, again, plays a huge role because of the different regulations federally we have to follow with those dollars. So then as we move into our kind of upcoming vision and what we're looking to accomplish, in the budget realm, we're looking at, again, continuing to receive the award for best practice in the area of budgeting. And there is some changing guidance there that will take work from our team to get in place for the county and make sure we stay up to date on the latest and greatest standards for government budgeting. For audit, we want to be back on track with a timely audit issuance. So although this year we will not be issuing the audit until August, we do hope with having a full team and a full staff under Abby's leadership that we will be back on track for timely issuances in our future fiscal years. And operations continues to work on increasing the number of ACH payments that we send to vendors. Payroll will also continue to implement recommendations. And really the goal is to improve it for all of our employees, have some sort of impact with payroll. Everyone receives a paycheck, hopefully, if we're doing our jobs correctly. So that's a really important area where we want to make sure everybody has a positive user experience. Purchasing, and we'll talk about this a little bit more with our budget request, but we are looking to implement a bid and contract management system, as well as, again, staying on top of all of the ARPA requirements and folding that into all of those procurements and really, helping the departments to stay compliant with the needs under ARPA. As a team, we're working on a training and onboarding system and manual for all finance users in the county so we can have more of a standardized onboarding system and we can be more of a partnership in getting everyone trained with the correct way to do things from the beginning so we can have a hand in being helpful and helping everyone understand all of the rules and regulations. It can be overwhelming coming into government, especially for those who have not worked in government before, and we do have a lot of departmental finance staff. So this is just an opportunity to partner with all of the departments and help maybe clarify that process from the beginning. And then we are also working on some workflow amendments for Munis, again, just a best practice thing of approvals at different levels, and working with IT, HR, and the county manager's office on the Munis system in terms of timely upgrades, both for executive time and for Munis, just to make sure that we are staying on schedule, so that once again, as newer functionality is coming out in the ERP, that it's something we're staying on top of. Again, it just helps with that user experience for the whole county and everybody who's using Munis. And then in terms of recent collaborations we've had, we've done a lot with HR in the realm of payroll and then the compensation plans that we've been reviewing, a lot with IT, especially as we talk about Munis and the ERP system, and they've been great about getting a user group together, again, so we can all continue to work together. I also want to thank facilities. They're doing a great job on our space renovation. And we are so happy with the work that they've been doing. It's just fantastic. And really all of the department business managers, they meet monthly to share information. And this has helped build strong partnerships across departments and communicate important information amongst ourselves and with department teams and our current team members. So that's been really successful having that continuing to be running. In terms of impacts that we've seen, the ARPA funding and the compliance that goes with it is really the main thing, again, that I would say has been different for us. We always live in the world, of course, of compliance and rules and changing rules really from the state and the federal government. But ARPA being so unique has added just another layer to that. It is something that, of course, we are working through as we do our different reporting, and we have a separate ARPA update on your calendar for next week where we'll go into a little bit more detail on that. So with that, that brings me to our budget request, and you can find the details of it on page number 17 of your packet. And the request really, the underlying request is to implement a contract and bid management system. Where we are right now is sort of a paper and a manual process. So hand routing, for example, of contracts, hand submissions, when we have large procurements, paper submissions, which leads to a lot of sort of people in the process, but not necessarily any specific ownership on some of the tracking that's needed. So making sure that we have complete records of all of the physical signatures we still need on contracts, or being able to build a reference point to know when contracts are expiring to more proactively manage those larger solicitations that need to happen, and just having a better resource for department is one thing, and also assisting the clerk with the records requirements on our contracts is really the outcome that we're looking for. And so to do that, we are requesting funding for both a software system and an FTE to manage that system. The benefits really are moving everything electronically. It is more sustainable, and it is also allows for e-signature, e-storage, electronic retrieval of information, and just better tracking as well as overall compliance. And again, like I said, the benefits are really organizational versus this being a finance request. This is really a way that we can improve how we're serving all of the customers of the county, because every department has a contract of some sort or has bid requests or has to do pricing on something. And so improving that process is really important to us. And so that is why we made the request for the system and the FTE. So that is what I have. And I wanted to leave plenty of time for questions on that. So I would take any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Siri. And that's exciting news about new members of your team coming on board. I know that will be very helpful for you and for everybody else involved. So I'm excited to meet them. Any members of the board have any questions for Siri? Yes, Supervisor Ryan.
Thanks, Madam Chair, and thank you, Siri. Actually, you answered most of my questions because the two that I wanted to hone in on were, one, do we have the personnel to be able to handle the audit at this point? That was one question. And the other one is with ARPA coming on board, and even with that, you're going to be dependent upon departments. You feel as though you have the appropriate manpower to be able to manage what's coming our way? That's a big question there because there's a lot of work.
Yes, thank you, Supervisor Ryan and members of the board. So actually, we did hire a limited term position to help with ARPA, but I will say you will have a presentation next week regarding the community funding aspect. And with that, we will have a lot of solicitation work to do. And so with the request for the contract management system, I think that will also help free up some time from our purchasing manager to help fill the other gaps that are sort of created by ARPA, because as of right now, we are handling, the work that we need to do with ARPA, but once we go into subrecipient awards and monitoring, that adds a whole nother layer to our work. And so it's a little maybe premature for me to say that we will be totally positioned for that. But if we are successful in having the FTE and the contract management software added to our team, I do think that would help tremendously in then avoiding having to come forward with additional support requests related to ARPA compliance, because we can hopefully, draw some of that in as well to help us better manage.
But you'll have an interdependence with the departments themselves that will be managing.
You need to get closer to your mic, Matt. We can't hear you.
Yeah, that and my Invisaligns, I can't speak here. And so what I was saying to Siri is there will be an interdependence with the departments that are managing the programs as well on this for managing the background work associated with the ARPA. Yep. Now you need to.
Any other comments? I'll make a comment here real quick while they're all thinking. Hopefully they will. I was surprised when we were talking about bonds and that we were AA and not AAA. And I hope that what we can do is move forward to the AAA status. Obviously, it gives us a better interest rate. And I am hopeful that maybe with additional staff and as Supervisor Ryan indicated, it's so important to get those audits in and get them back on track for future years. And if for some reason you're feeling you're getting off track because you don't have the human power you need to get it done, please let us know, because it certainly affects us all across the whole county, and we know we're asking a lot of you and your staff, and then throwing ARPA on top of it. So please let us know. It's so important, and I know that county manager is working closely with you on that. So, but I'd love to see us to get into AAA, and obviously we need to get our audits back on track. So any other questions, comments from other board members?
Yeah, I'll ask a question, and it's the question I asked everybody. And I know you put together the compensation package, but if you could talk a little bit about why that's needed over FTEs, please.
Yes, and thank you, Supervisor Vasquez. And then I would also like to add a little more information at the end on our bond rating as well. But yes, if posed with the question of the budget request we made or the compensation, definitely we would prioritize compensation first. As I mentioned last year when I was before you, we had a lot of vacancies. The market for accounting has changed quite a bit over the recent years. I've mentioned this in a few different presentations, but essentially the accounting track field now is a master's degree required field, because you do need a master's degree in most states to sit for the CPA exam and become a CPA. And what we've seen in the trends there is that a lot of people have dropped out of the accounting track as a result. If you think of, getting a finance degree compared to accounting, a lot of times that's a 4-year degree. You can go right into like an investment management type firm and build your career a little bit earlier, and you don't have to necessarily do the same level. There's certainly certifications in most industries these days, but the level of what it takes to become a CPA requires a long process. It's not just also studying for the exam and taking the exam. You have to also, of course, pay for review courses, pay for those exams. And then there's a waiting period because you have to have professional references who are certifying you as an individual who's qualified. And there's a lot more to it. And so our market, particularly for accounting staff, even if we had people who in the past may have started on the accounting track, we're seeing a little less of that. And it goes down the whole pipeline, then our ability to attract and retain staff at all levels, because we aren't even getting as many people with maybe just a year or two of college experience in accounting anymore. As people start to look at what it takes, again, in that field, it's changed quite a bit. So I would absolutely say that compensation is the priority. As I mentioned, we do have a CPA coming on board, and we are thrilled, but we had one failed recruitment where we posted for a CPA. Specifically, we didn't actually this time. In this case, it happens to be like more of a life decision that this person is making, and they are taking a significant pay cut to come here. So this was just really almost a magic experience to be able to bring this person on board, to be honest, versus being able to specifically recruit. We were unable to recruit for another CPA in our office. And so, we currently have Megan and I, but aside from that, we had not been successful. And that does sort of go to the question about audit. We had two vacancies in audit when I arrived. One had been the manager position overseeing the audits, and that had been vacant for about a year before we were able to hire someone. That person has since moved on again. What we heard really was the challenging nature of governmental accounting work and how specialized it is. It does make it difficult. So we've been creative, and we've been working on contracting out some of the more in-depth work that comes with doing governmental financial statements. The GASB rules often change. We have a major change coming with next year's financial statements related to the presentation of leases. The year we're in right now, there was a major GASB change related to our agency funds and the funds that we're holding in custody on behalf of others, investment trust presentation. And so having the expertise of an accounting firm that specializes in government has really helped us. And we do hope that they came on board a little late this year. And so that has also helped us to continue to be a little behind. But we hope if once they get through this successful year with us, then they're well positioned to next year help us stay on track. And then I also agree with your comments, Chair Horstman, regarding our bond rating. We were hopeful the first round we would get a AAA. We ended up with a AA, and I can share a little bit of the feedback we received from the rating agencies. So both were actually things we can't really control. While they recognize that we have a very strong financial position and we're very impressed with our financial planning models, the things that they said didn't quite put us in AAA quite yet was that this was actually our first debt that we'd issued in a while. So we didn't have a track record of making timely payments and, of having any debt management. And so in a way, you want to think, well, it's a good thing we haven't had debt, but it actually, in the rating part, it went against us. So we hope, of course, then that hurdle this round, we will have cleared. But the second one that we really can't, and without some sort of change to our environment, is that we're just heavily reliant on tourism revenue. And that was pointed out by our rating agencies. They ask a lot of questions about the economy, the Grand Canyon and tourism and all of those things in our presentation to them. And they really honed in on how dependent we as a county are in our region on tourism, and that did not help us.
Thank you for that. And just tell them that Grand Canyon's not going anywhere.
That's true.
It's with us. Thank you very much. And thanks for that explanation. I appreciate that. So other questions from members of the board?
Madam Chair.
Matt, did you?
Lena.
Can't hear you.
Lena's out there.
Oh, Lena, I'm sorry.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
So, Siri, thank you for your presentation, and it's very interesting that our credit rating is based, they're really looking at our tourism economy. Once again, we need to boost our economy, and that's gonna have, that is the focus of how to generate more funds, be able to also borrow as we need to. So our economy, the way we develop the economy is really key to what we do and being able to deliver a better service out there. So that is really interesting that is linked to our credit rating. And then, you know, I believe many of the departments have, and I don't think it's all of them, but they have business managers, and especially the ones that do contract. They have business managers, and then you have, and they've been, I think, how was contracting handled before that? Now a new position needs to be created to be able to handle it. So all these years, we haven't had that position. And those departments have their own business managers that manage all of that. Thanks.
Yes, thank you, Supervisor Fowler. Actually, I'm really glad you asked that question, because for many years, we actually did have the position we're requesting back. It was titled at the time a buyer. It was purchasing support. We are down to a purchasing office of one. We had turnover in the position at some point, and the decision was made to not allow us to refill the position in any capacity, not move it to another area, not use that support. Just basically, we had the position taken away when the vacancy came up. And we've struggled since then. Scott is famous for saying he's a team of one, and he's not kidding. And yes, having the business managers in the department is a huge value to help with a lot of the financial support things, because when we look at sort of an industry standard approach, we're more decentralized, so it's hard to do apples to oranges comparison, but we are incredibly low compared to what an industry standard would be for finance positions, even when we capture those from the department sort of into that nexus. But they a lot of times come, and I've never been a business manager, so I'm sure they can all correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe they come with many responsibilities and many hats. And when we have the centralized finance function in all of our areas, our role really is to be the experts on all of the nuances and do our best, to communicate those two departments. But they really are balancing not just their financial functions, but other support functions for the department. And so we don't have departments, for example, run individual solicitations when there's a big bid, with the exception of Public Works. Every other department goes through central finance for that, because it's a specialized process. And we don't have the ability necessarily to have like a purchasing manager in every department, because for an efficiency perspective, it makes sense to have that in finance. But we always did have two support positions for that. One thing that we need to consider is that every time we make a purchase of $3,000 or more, it requires 3 bids to show that we're getting the best value for our citizens. And so while departments are often tasked with that, a lot of times the purchasing area is supporting that process. Here are some vendors we know about where it looks like maybe the right forms weren't attached. There's a lot of support. Purchasing reviews every single transaction that hits that threshold or that goes through the requisition process. And they also manage the MasterCard program, which is most of our purchases in the county. They're small dollar purchases. But again, every transaction that goes through a county employee that has a credit card has to have an itemized receipt. It has to have a detailed description of public purpose. It has to have sometimes other supporting pieces of information attached to that. And we have one person who's reviewing thousands and thousands of transactions every month to make sure we're compliant. And it does not necessarily open the door for as complete and accurate documentation as we sometimes want to have on file for our auditors, because one person just simply can't do all that work alone.
Thank you. Any other questions from members of the board? Seeing none, thank you as always, Siri, for you and your team's efforts and for all of your work that you and your team have done here for this budget process, making it easier for us. So we really appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The next presenter will be the Assessor's Office. And just give us a moment to change out presenters. Madam Chair,
Yes,
County Assessor Armando Reese is here.
very good. Good afternoon, Armando, and thank you for joining us this afternoon. We look forward to hearing from you and to hear about your department. So please take it away.
Well, thanks for having us this afternoon and spending some time to talk about what's happening at the assessor's office. Certainly, I appreciate the new format here. It's a little bit to get used to, so apologize if I'm looking around a little bit. But I'll go ahead and get started if everyone's okay. Great. Well, good afternoon. Again, my name is Armando Reese. I'm the Coconino County Assessor, and I'm also joined with my Chief Deputy, Casey Dorman, who's also with me. And she's the expert, so she'll be here to answer all the difficult questions. Well, as you know, the assessor's office is a statutory office mandated to locate and identify and value all locally assessed property for property tax purposes. We do this to produce a property tax roll that's used by the county, cities, schools, fire districts, and other special districts to levy a property tax to provide services within communities across the county. The assessor's office currently maintains over 84,000 assessment accounts across the county, and we continue to successfully meet over 100 statutory deadlines within a calendar year. So we are very proud of that.
You know, Armando, I'm so sorry. Can we ask you to get a little closer to the mic? You're dropping off here. So
I think it's always natural for people to shy away from the mic, right? All right, so hopefully that's better. Great. All right, well, 2021 was a challenging year for the assessor's office. And that was a kind of a combination of a couple different things. Last year, we experienced our second year of being down 6 to 8 staff members, which represents about 22 to 30% of our total staff, including many challenges with recruitment. At the beginning of 2021, we started off the year down 7 FTEs. We hired 7 FTEs throughout 2021 and subsequently lost 9. So it was a very challenging year in regards to staffing levels. As of today, we're currently down 6 FTEs. And there's a lot of things that contribute to that, but some of the more notable things that we wanted to mention is, again, we've had several retirements, which is challenging because, again, you lose that institutional knowledge that you have built within your office. We've had several people relocate out of the area. Again, housing and the cost of living continues to be a challenge for many of us. And then again, others seeking other employment opportunities, better paying jobs, just advancements. And that's something that we certainly encourage our team to do, as we want them to continue growing, whether it's within our office or out. And unfortunately, that also means that we do lose people to other departments and other organizations. Those challenges were compounded with the current real estate market conditions. As you are all probably very aware, there has been an increase in property development across the county, including real estate transactions of properties being sold and divided, and again, developed. So we've seen an increase in the permit activity and the construction activity that our appraisers are responsible for going out and reviewing. So in addition to being short-staffed, the increased workloads has been a challenge. And we often see those workload swings when we have up and down markets. But over even a long period of time, we continue to see substantial growth in the workloads across all divisions within the assessor's office. Despite those challenges, my team has done an amazing job. They are a resilient bunch that continues to step up and help each other so that we can meet our statutory requirements and deadlines. And we've really taken a hard look at our internal processes to, again, create a better work environment that people are going to be excited to work for. And so we have successfully embraced a hybrid work model that we have honed and perfected in the last 24 months. We're also exploring the possibilities of fully remote work positions. And again, those are things that we're trying to explore as a way to think outside the box with some of the housing challenges that we have in our local community. Again, we want to be an organization that is attractive to our current and to our potential applicants in the future, and where people are excited to work and excited to be a part of. We've also continued to expand on our appraisal career development path with the creation of our Appraiser 3 position that was new for this last fiscal year. And so for those of you that don't know, the assessor's office has a comprehensive spec for the appraisal position that includes an apprentice appraiser position, which is an entry-level position that I helped develop over the last, I would say 5-6 years, where we recruit those with specific talents and skill sets that we can train and send to class to get certifications to become an appraiser. So it's an apprentice appraiser program. It's created an incredible pipeline of talent, if you will, within our office for those looking to develop and be promoted. And we've had several successful cases of people who have come into our office as an apprentice appraiser who have grown, and within even the appraisal division and outside the appraisal division, that are, again, continuing to grow within the county family. I like to note that Casey, my chief deputy, was also introduced to the assessor's office as an apprentice, received certifications through those processes, and has grown substantially to the point where, again, she's taken on the role of chief deputy within the assessor's office, which again, I think is an awesome testament of that program. But what we've done this past year is created an Appraiser 3 position, which bridges the gap between an Appraiser 2 and a senior appraiser position, which is a supervisory position. So what it's done is allowed appraisers the option of a dual path or a dual track career path in which they can choose to move upwards through either a supervisory position or a technical expert position. So it gives them that option of which path they'd like to move up with. So we're very excited about that and the opportunities for that's going to create for retention within our department. So moving forward, our primary focus is recruitment and retention so that we can continue to provide the highest level of public service and maintain an accurate property tax roll that many depend on. We continue to be and find new ways to be accessible to all our communities across the county. Again, Coconino County is the second largest county by land mass in the United States. And we have a lot of area to cover. We want to make sure that our services are reaching every area of the county. So we will continue to explore ways for community outreach. And also, one of the things that we kicked off last year was building out a digital service platform in which allows customers who have access to the computer, internet, or a cell phone to do and maintain services provided by the assessor online. So last year I came to you and expressed the need for FTE growth within my department, but I promised you that I would first look internally to ensure that my operations were working effectively and efficiently as possible. So I want to report back that we have done that. As part of that review, I have reached out to several partners within the state of counties of similar and larger sizes so that we can compare on how and what our growth within the assessor's office should look like going forward. In addition to that, we looked at our teams and how they were operating and what they were focusing on. And as part of that process, we did reorganize some of our appraisal teams to refocus on some of the higher and more important workloads that we were experiencing within the assessor's office. In addition to that, what we brought to the board this budget cycle was a request for an FTE for an administrative specialist too, which we identified was our greatest shortfall and most immediate need within that specific division. And again, it's not the only need that we have, but it is identified as the greatest need at this time. Our administrative operations division is our frontline customer service team. It's the team that initiates all the workflow for all other divisions within my office. And so it's in a really important front-facing position that plays an important role to our operations. That request is not being recommended this year, but again, I would continue to ask that the county look at a strategic process to again address the needs of the FTEs FTE growth within departments, so that we can continue to meet our constituents' needs and also our statutory requirements. Again, this is looking into the future beyond what we're experiencing through COVID to try to ensure that we have those resources to provide those services in the future. So again, I understand that there is much need across the county, and I don't envy the decisions that you all have to make. But again, I continue to offer my leadership and my partnership so that we can continue to navigate those challenges together. So thank you again for your time. I'm available to answer any questions.
Thank you very much, Armando, and appreciate the work you and your staff are doing for us. Questions from members of the board?
Sure, I guess I'll start with the same question I've asked everybody else when having the conversation between compensation and this FTE for your office. What's the priority?
I think they're both important. And again, if I were to ask my staff and the feedback that I've received from my staff, they would say that compensation is important, but what's also equally important is getting them some additional help. And again, my department, even though we're experiencing some or a lot of vacancy, we've also experienced being fully staffed. And at some point, we were one of the highest retention. We had the highest retention in the departments across the county. So we know what it's like to be fully staffed. And I think this issue of FTEs goes beyond COVID, and it's a growing concern. So again, I do support the compensation plan that's being presented, but I do want to talk about FTEs in a strategic way going forward.
Given the fact that you're still 6 staff members down, 6 FTEs down, I'm assuming if you could get those filled, or at least 5 out of the 6 of those filled, you'd probably feel like you were in pretty good position moving forward. I would assume.
That would be a great start.
And I'm hopeful that compensation package, do you see that as a means for recruitment?
Yes, I think in some of the challenging positions that we do have, specifically the administrative specialist positions, that is one of the greatest positions on the lower end of our pay scales that we continue to be challenged with recruiting and hiring for.
Yes, Supervisor Ryan.
Yeah, I'll go ahead. Thank you, Madam Chair, and welcome Armando and Casey. I'm glad you guys are here. And I hear you. I've seen you when you were fully staffed, and this is a different challenge. How much of this is retirement versus those seeking other positions?
Of the 7 positions last year, 2 are retirement.
Okay, so it is split up between the two associated, which is kind of unusual, but an appraiser position is not a typical position that easy to recruit for, I guess, is one way of putting it. But with this, how are you doing with your office? Are you struggling a little bit with backlog, considering you are down on manpower?
And if I can, Matt, if you can get closer to that mic, you're moving away and it's harder to hear. Sorry.
That's good. That's okay, Madam Chair. I was doing the same thing to all you guys in the room last time. So, the question that I asked Armando, considering he's down so many people, how he's doing with his workload, and is he getting a backlog associated with it?
Thank you, Supervisor Ryan. Yes, we are experiencing some backlog. And again, it's not all contributed to being short-staffed because again, we're in that time of the market where it's booming. So we're seeing a lot more work coming through. And again, that ebbs and flows, but overall that continues to increase. So we do track backlogs of permits that are on the books that need to be field inspected, put on the tax rolls. That has increased substantially. In the last year, that has increased 51%. And again, overall, since 2017, it's about 290% that it's increased. So again, my team does an excellent job of prioritizing and working those things. There's only so much they can do.
Any other questions?
Actually, just if I would follow up on that one. So it goes beyond being down on the people, your personnel, but even more so, you've seen quite a bit of growth associated as well.
That's correct, Supervisor Ryan. Again, it's a long-term problem, not necessarily a new problem.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you, Armando. Really appreciate what you all do out there. Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Yes, Lena.
Lena, yes. I just want to thank the department. Thank you, Armando. You really did the, the threesome with the recorder and treasurer being out there and really creating an education for the community as to what your work is. And also you've had, uncovered several cases and really had to go through that process of resolving some of the issues in the county that's been there for some time. So I just want to thank you and your department, and then grooming your own, and being creative and how, trying to advance individuals as they come in. They may not fully have the education or the skills needed, and yet you groom them, and you've been working on that for some time now. So I really appreciate that. That is really, creating a community locally to be able to groom that into these positions. I think it's really important. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Supervisor Fowler. We certainly believe in encouraging our team to grow professionally, and we try to provide those opportunities within our department. I think we've successfully done that over several years with the support of HR and the board. So again, thank you for recognizing that.
All right, it looks like you've done such a good job of explaining it all that there are no further questions. So again, appreciate all that you and your staff do for Coconino County, and appreciate the time and effort to present your budget with us here today. So thank you so much, Armando.
Thank you all. Appreciate it.
And County Manager, I'm going to turn this over to you.
Sorry about that. So the agenda for this afternoon We are complete with the assessor. That is the last department presentation for today. And so at this point in time, Madam Chair, back to the board to debrief on any items, but to Siri, you want to go first?
Thank you, County Manager Peru and Chair Horseman and members of the board. We do have a few things for housekeeping. First of all, we have a couple handouts that were emailed this morning. So for those who are here in person, we'd like to provide those. Fong is going to do that for your books. And the other thing, if now is the time, Chair, we do have some follow-up information that was requested yesterday by Supervisor Ryan regarding the materials in Public Works. If you recall, he was questioning the number of sort of items on different forms. And so if now is the time, I'd like to invite Brandon up to kind of go through that piece and explain it a little bit more.
Are you talking about the budget numbers when we were?
Yes, just it's kind of cross-referencing the materials and how they sort of tie out to the summary sheet versus the departmental page we saw in Public Works.
That sounds great. And to the extent that the speakers can refer to the tab and refer to the pages to help us with our managing our extensive binders here, that would be very helpful. So good. So maybe if you could let us know the tab and the page number, we can all find where he is.
Hi, Madam Chair, members of the board. I just wanted to clarify something that Supervisor Ryan mentioned yesterday in a discrepancy with the funding request sheet found in tab 1, which is the funding request summary sheet, which summarizes all of the department's funding requests. And he mentioned a discrepancy with the Public Works departmental funding requests that are found in tab 25 on pages 28 and 29. He said he counted 15 requests in the departmental budget materials, but only 8 in the summary funding request sheet. And we believe that Supervisor Ryan was counting the carryover requests, which are on page 29. So the departmental budget materials have funding requests and carryover requests.
Madam Chair, are you saying I'm wrong, Brandon?
Yeah, so just want to clarify that.
Absolutely.
The answer to that was yes. That's
yes, I often am.
So every departmental budget request, financial materials has funding requests as well as carryover requests.
All right. Well, thank you. I appreciate it.
Supervisor Ryan,
that clarification. So
I think he wasn't saying yes. He was saying that I didn't do a good enough job of explaining the materials yesterday is what he was trying not to say.
Good. Oh, God, Siri, you threw yourself in front of the bus for me. Thank you.
Terry, we aren't going to accept that. You need to know that. We
will
know what he said. Yeah, thank you. That's good for that clarification. It's a lot of material, obviously, for us to go through, and although we really appreciate the manner in which it was put together, because believe me, without this, I don't know what we'd be doing. So we really, the thoroughness of this, we really do appreciate. And that doesn't mean we're always going to get it. So we appreciate you coming back and explaining it to us. So thank you very much.
Madam Chair, back to the board for comments and follow-ups that you may want us to look into.
Members of the board, any questions, comments about the process? You know, I think it's going very, I'll just start out. I think it's going very well. I do appreciate it when they do project it, especially when we're going through the budget so that we can actually see it and use the mouse cursor to really bring us through. That's been extremely helpful. And I also really appreciate it, County Manager, that at the beginning you let us know what your recommendation is. That's also helpful for me going forward as well.
Thank you. I'll be more consistent in leading off with that information.
Yeah, thank you. So other comments, thoughts in general?
Just follow-up. Actually, really, it's a nice start. You start to get, the feel for the rhythm and what's going on. I need Geronimo to be very consistent with his question, though. He's been inconsistent, so I've noticed I put my Post-it so I don't have to look at you anymore and frown. Actually, it's working out really well. Yeah, that is helpful, Steve, on that. I'm curious, it's a longer discussion and feedback. Geronimo's been, or not Geronimo, Armando's been struggling with the hiring piece, and I don't need it now, but and we know he's been struggling with it. It's hard to hire an appraisal, but how that could be managed or assisted or anything like that. Have you been in those conversations, or do you want to bring something back later on too? I don't want to.
And Madam Chair, Supervisor Ryan, I can make general comments about the recommendation. So in the assessor's office, the three professional areas are cartography, appraisal, and then the administrative work that is done. We have recruiting challenges in all three areas. And with the recruiting challenges, a good deal of that is based on the compensation. So retaining and recruitment. And so again, going back to the original recommendation that you've experienced in terms of discussions with many departments, is that our recommended focus, I'll underscore recommended focus, is on compensation. At the same time, we've all heard that FTE growth is also important. In terms of dealing with the retention first, because my professional opinion is to retain first before we can look at how we can recruit. Now, I think in terms of the recommendation, I think the recommendation does both, but the area that it does not address is FTE growth. And looking at the slide from yesterday that is kind of etched in everyone's mind is our FTE growth from 2006 to 2022 has been a net loss of 3. Now that's a snapshot in time. Programs have come and gone. We were talking about this yesterday at the staff level. We had program transit. Transit used to be part of the county. So that was a program that came and then at the same time transitioned to independent jurisdiction. CREC, we had 50, 60, individuals that were tied in. This was the Conservation Corps program that was part of the county at some point, and that's reduced. And so, but I think when we look at the general fund supported FTEs and the other chart, that we lost as many positions that were funded by special revenues grants as we gained. And so again, it's a structural problem we have. We continue to see increasing needs by departments, and being able to have additional positions to address needs is a challenge when we're trying to recruit and retain at the same time. So it's a little bit of well, I'm just going to leave it at that. I think the recommendation that has been provided to the board addresses as broad a population, i.e. the county, with the priority of retaining than recruiting. And unfortunately, as I indicated, without repeating myself, the FTE growth then becomes limited.
Yeah. And oh, there you go. I do have it on. All right. It's one. I understand the recommendation, the broader recommendation. I think you had stated it, Madam Chair, in terms of well, if you have vacancies, then wouldn't the compensation be an element that would contribute to it? It's one to keep an eye on because that one's persist in that particular area. How to recruit an appraiser. Not everybody walks out the door of their school and says, I want to be an appraiser, or walks into school for that. So how do you grow your own? You can see Armando, before he had success with it, it seems like it's hit a stall associated with that. and just one to keep an eye on. The other piece I had is a follow-up conversation. I go back to the county attorney's discussion, and it is that broader systematic question we have. How are we coordinating? That's, in essence, how we create a criminal justice coordinating council. It was the intent to work together systematically, to look for opportunity, innovation, et cetera. And so it begs that question, is it happening right there, or does it need to happen in a different way? And I don't expect an answer right now, but it's, the question is posed, and we continue to pose that one. We're trying to put our efforts out there to, as we had suggested, we put a lot of money, a lot of ARPA money in there for mental health. It is at least half our budget so we have been focused. We've encouraged innovation. And so I'm curious to see, after we're done this, hear from others, where that question may lie at that point.
And if I can respond to a follow-up on the compensation, I want to talk about criminal justice. So, the other reality that we face every year is the amount of recurring versus one-time money. And we talked about yesterday about in some organizations where you budget up and down based on available funding, and you have an organization that is kind of going up and down based on that funding. And so, our methodology and our goal has always been to utilize recurring funds for recurring purposes, and salaries and compensation and benefits are recurring. And so our lack of additional recurring does limit FTE growth. Because again, we're looking at funding those recurring expenses with those revenues that we know are going to be coming every day. And as Sarah indicated yesterday, we do have, with regard to revenues, I found this on the web for yesterday. She does that all the time. At least I didn't say, never mind. Again, but that's the problem with the, I forgot what I was going to say now. I was.
In CJCC.
Anyway, let's change topic.
Okay.
CJCC was data. The council is forming a data committee, and one of the things that we've discovered, and it's not a fault against any person or any part of the system, is that we need to have the data that provides the activities that are happening within the system. One of the metrics is case clearance rates. So what is our case clearance rate at the court level? And if Corey was here, I'd have him talk about that. And so what are the performance metrics, not in terms of performance, in terms of you're not performing, but how do we then articulate the work that our entire system is producing? And what is the most valuable metric there? What's reported by the county attorney versus the court versus probation versus juvenile court versus, there are a lot of different players within the system. And the system itself realizes that we need to be producing data back. It's not that it's not being reported. I think that there's some statistics that are being reported to the state that I think would also be of benefit to the board and to basically to the funder side of the house, right, so that we know and we're aware of what those results are, right, and what those activities are. Yeah. And I think it'll provide a clear idea of what it is that's being generated in terms of the public good within the justice system. Right. And it's justice system generally. It's not just criminal, but just the justice system in general. But again, there's several items to follow up with regard to the discussions that the board are having with budget this year.
Yeah, and if I can, just kind of following up on that, since I sit on the CJCC board, and I know we're trying to recruit for a position, hopefully that's going to help. It's, again, a commitment that the county and the city, quite frankly, this is a shared position, have made to try to develop coordination, collaboration, communication with the justice system. And it's a huge system. And quite frankly, sometimes the justice system and the various elements of that justice system are at odds with each other, and they've got different missions and different goals. And I think that sitting on the CJCC, you see that. And I know the attempt is to try to get everybody together under the same umbrella and in the same room. And I'm not sure to more or less of an extent we've been able to do that. But it's there, and no matter what people are calling it, there are competing interests. And you might, challenge us to do a systemic change, but I'm not seeing this systemic change within CJCC. You're still seeing a lot of competing interests. So, and also I think it would be good for this to come back to the board and to have a report. I think there does need to be more accountability, and you're right. How do we measure that accountability? How do we measure results? What are, as you said, County Manager, what are the valuable metrics? I can say that if you go online and take a look at Maricopa County court system, they have a fairly detailed reporting they have of their court system. And I'm not sure if we want to look at that as a model. I've kind of been waiting for this position, this new position to be filled, in hopes that we can really get moving on more of that with a full-time employee to really take a look at this and to get back to us. So, but yeah, I mean, we have a tremendous investment we have with the justice system, and yet it keeps going up, and it's going to continue to go up because we continue to have constitutional requirements and unfunded mandates, both on the federal and on the state level. So it's hard. So I can listen to talking about doing systemic change, but it still comes down to what the bottom line is, and limited resources and endless needs. So, it's hard. It makes it difficult for us.
So, Madam Chair, other comments from board members? And I'll ask staff after you're completed with board comments.
Well, it's been very special being with y'all here today.
So, Madam Chair, I just want to comment that, through the years, we have really looked at how to really looking at all the departments and seeing where we might be able to streamline better and be able to save costs. And we're still at that stage, and so it looks like we are, and CJC plays a large part and really needs to, we wish it would move faster, but we've been having that conversation since I've been here and way before I even came. And I think that's.
Can you get closer to your mic? I'm sorry, you're fading out on us. I really want to hear your comments.
So anyway, that's, now I'm way too close.
No.
So, oh, it is, okay. Now, if I can hear myself, you all can hear. Okay, I thought that was a big echo. So, through the years, I keep going back to, and I always use the public health as an example. There were mandates. We separated all the mandates. What are the real mandates? And what does mandate mean? What is 100% of a mandate? Can we actually deliver the service that we are mandated to do at a 50%? Is that sufficient enough to be able to serve our constituents in a quality service and make sure that it's efficient? That's something that I believe that through this process, when we think about mandates, that's what we really need to look at. That led us to asking the state to give us a receipt. What are we paying for? And that really went nowhere for all the various mandates that we're trying to do. We just get a bill and we have to pay for it. So I think through the years, we've been really struggling with mandates. And then the revenue, our revenue, once again, it's really dependent on our economy. So we really need to figure out how to increase our revenue through our economy so that we can be able to project and be able to ride these waves through. So I just thought I'd just bring that up. And I mean, it's just, I think this could be this can be an ongoing conversation, but I think through the years, we've been really trying to look at various places. And I think this long-term budgeting is very helpful. And then also being able to set aside some assurance to built into our budget to be able to say, this is a reoccurring budget and it's going to take care of this particular issue. And in the long run, I think that's really important. So, and like in our facilities and our staffing, I think that's really important. That will, at least we have we know where that's at. So thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Supervisor Fowler. Other board members, any comments? Yeah.
Sure. I'd just like to say that the message that I hear loud and clear is the need for the compensation package and how so far through the departments that we've spoken with, how that will really determine how well we can recruit and retain our staff. And so I determined to hear what the rest of the departments say, but it seems right now like the weight is going towards the compensation package, which is priority, and it may mean that some of the FTEs that are requested may not be able to be provided because we need the compensation package to backfill some of the positions that we haven't been able to fill to date. So I appreciate the presentations so far, and you know, I wish we could do everything, but we do have a limited general fund, and we do need to make sure that we're fiscally responsible and make sure that we're providing where the priority is at. And so far, it looks like in the organization, the compensation package is key. So I just wanted to share that. Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Yes, Supervisor Begay.
I'm just sitting here thinking in a lot of ways. Yeah, I always say that, you know, we all have to sacrifice something, you know, as far as the departments and also even from us as a board, you know, we're talking about compensation, you know, can we do all of it at once or can we stagger it? Or, you know, there's other ways of really looking at it, you know, to get something to the staff, you know, if not, if you know, but to not give them anything, you know, that wouldn't be good. So I last year I just felt that, you know, what Lena said, you know, there's got to be something that, you know, has to be done, you know, with the way that we're doing our operations or, you know, budgeting, you know, to ensure, you know, certain requirements or whatever. So I saw that out front last year, but I didn't say anything. But again, you know, this year, we're still kind of like in the same way, in the same area. And I think we really need to take, as a board, we really need to look at everything all the way around. So that's my comment. But, you know, like, you know, we just have to make sure that, you know, we give something not in all the areas that are being requested. And, you know, it's just that's the way I feel about this whole budget process. And I'm sort of quiet because I know that, you know, I see some things that I feel that, you know, like I said, probably needs to be revisited. And so that's the reason why I'm sitting here thinking about all these things, but maybe I don't know what we would have to extract, you know, to do what has been brought up, you know, by Ms. Fowler, myself, and, you know, another board member. So That's all I have to say. And then I want to thank all the presentations that have gone on so far. It's very interesting, and where the needs, are there. And I don't see anybody saying, oh, we want this, all of it's our needs. So we have to just prioritize those needs and, address and help, in certain ways. So thank you, board members, administration.
Thank you, Supervisor Begay. Any other closing comments? Steve, you or your staff have any closing comments or?
Sure. So for tomorrow, we do start, we're scheduled to start at 8 o'clock, but again, since we're doing discussion now, for tomorrow, we could begin at 8:30. We start with county administration, board of supervisors, secure rural schools, and the school superintendent. That's before lunch. So again, if the board would give some indication as to whether they would like to start at 8:30 rather than 8.
I think 8:30 is good. So that's great.
Time out. I don't know. So we may make modifications, but that'll be the starting lineup for tomorrow. But if it does, if we are, if the county administration presentation goes less than an hour, we can make adjustments to that. But again, that's the starting lineup for tomorrow.
Very good. That sounds wonderful. So looks like that's county administrations is up on Thursday. I thought, have you switched it? Oh, it is Thursday. Never mind. I'm a day late and $1 short. So
Today's Wednesday, Madam Chair.
I'm going to be there tomorrow to sit in between the two of you because I sit there and I see what's going on down there.
We miss you. Come on.
All right, Madam Chair.
All right. Thank you all. It was a good day, and look forward to more tomorrow. And Steve, if for some reason we can meet earlier, let me know.
Okay, will do. Thanks.
Okay. All right. Take care all. Have a great afternoon. It's beautiful out there.
Goodbye, everyone.
Oops, I guess I leave it.